Hello, hello. Oh, I gotta get my, there we go. It's one thing I need to check on the hello, first of all. Hi. If you're here for the, oh, I didn't do my VOD thing. If you're here, where is this? I don't have the right thing. Whatever. If you're here for the VOD, there will be timestamps below added after the stream. We're going to be jumping in today. We're going to do a whole big chat about the whispers and sort of like trying to help unpack them, understand them, because there's so much confusion, so much like speculating about them and what they really are and what they're really going after. So we're going to look at everything we actually know that's like relatively confirmed or just outright confirmed. And then we're also going to spend time then sort of like unpacking, you know, where they are in Rebirth and etc. And then the rest of the stream, unless that goes crazy long, I am planning to watch Wick's Zack video, but that's also about 40-ish minutes. And then we're gonna play Crisis Core. So that's kind of those are the main things on the agenda. But with that, let me say hi to everyone that's actually here. So to get started, I know Sephiroth is here, Chimera Kate, Rollin, Virtua J, Pomaro, hold on, Wick I know is here, so we'll check out your video. Unless the first thing about the whispers goes crazy long. Who did I miss? I feel like I've missed some people. Let's mosey what's going on. Who else did I miss? Kafka, what's up? Cutest Ghosts. Welcome, Easy Mid. I did see you when you dropped in. Origami Sensei, what's going on? Let's do it live. Fuck it, let's do it live. Oz 9223. Yeah, I'm having a good weekend. The Crooked Step, what's going on? Jelly-san, hi. Excited for the Whispers discussion. Yeah, I'm excited for it too. Zidane, Let's Mosey, Ecto Gamut, Keen Beam, Spartan. Okay, let's get started. So I've been prepping this since last night, actually. I stayed up like rereading all kinds of Ultimania stuff and interviews and all of that. Like I went out yesterday with friends, and so I got home around like 10 o'clock at night, then watched some TV for like an hour, and then started working on this. And was up to like, I don't know, 2 a.m. looking at stuff and like sorting things out, like taking screenshots of things. And then this morning has been spent like taking all the screenshots of everything I screenshotted from all the Ultimanias and interviews and stuff, and like consolidating it into a Google Slides so that we can have this conversation. But I need to adjust one thing on my sound settings because I was playing Expedition 33 and I made my internal volume super low so I could barely hear myself. So there we go. It's a lot better. Okay. Whispers won't be a short convo. It probably won't. Especially, I mean, you guys know me. We can go I can go quite a bit. Plus there's chat. I'm going to respectfully maybe not look at chat too much while I step through this, because there's a little bit of a logic to this. It is kind of a presentation. This is not meant to be like me saying I know everything about the whispers, all that I don't. It's just me trying to stitch together as much evidence as I can to sort of like make as much sense of it. And the impetus for this was, let me see if I could pull this up. This was really inspired by Final Fantasy Files, their most recent episode. People were talking about it in the Discord, and they were talking about how they were doing their chapter 9 analysis. And so they were doing their chapter 9 analysis, and in that analysis, they were talking about the whispers, like in the live stream
who have shared
and everything, and they were very confused, right, by like the nature of the whispers in Rebirth specifically. Like they felt like they had a pretty good understanding of the whispers in Remake, But then when the Whispers and Rebirth came around, it was a bit confusing, and I think understandably so, right? Like, there is a difference. It has changed. So, you know, they were talking about it. I'm not going to play it all here, but I was watching their video, so you could check them out, the Final Fantasy files, the deep dive into Rebirth. But they had a long discussion about that. And so, you know, that confusion inspired me to sort of like, all right, let's actually sit down. Let's try to make as much sense of the Whispers as we can. Hey, Steed, what's up? SPM TV, what's up? So trying to like, I was like, all right, let me see if I can just gather as much as I can about these damn Whispers, to try to make sense of them, and then also how they've changed in Remake. And actually, it's been really fascinating to go back to all the Remake stuff and all the Ultimania stuff and interviews about them, with like fresh eyes and in the context of like everything we've talked about throughout like my video, other theory videos, replaying Rebirth. It's been really helpful to sort of like go through all of that and dig into this. So let's start with like confirmed information, or like as close to confirmation as we can. So things from the developers in the Ultimanias and interviews, and from the game itself, from the scripts behind the game. Thank you, Easy Mid, for 400 bits. Thank you so much. So I have like, I don't know, 50 slides or something here. But let's dig in. So in the Ultimania, in the Remake Ultimania, they had this section called Newly Arisen Mysteries, and they had like 4 different mysteries. One was how much does Aerith know? This one is about the Whispers. There was one about Sephiroth and what he's up to, and there was another about Zack's survival. So we're going to focus again. I'm trying to keep the scope of this as close to the Whisper conversation as I can. Thank you, Origami, for the follow. So I'm trying to keep it as close to like focused on the Whisper thing, even though it does branch out and then it touches on like certain things with Aerith and whatnot. So regardless, trying to stay as focused as we can on the Whisper thing. So starting with what they outlined here in terms of these newly arisen mysteries, starting specifically with the Whispers. So here it's described. Toward the end of the story, it's revealed that the dark smoke-like entities that appear before Cloud and his team are arbiters of fate known as Whispers. According to Red 13, who gained knowledge through his contact with Aerith, the Whispers are drawn to those who attempt to alter Destiny's course and ensure they do not. The table below summarizes which scenes the Whispers appear in and actions they take, and we'll check out that table later. It would appear that what the Whispers deem to be fate is the original story of Final Fantasy VII. As such, it will be interesting to see how Cloud and his party's journey unfolds now that they've defeated the Whispers and broken through the barrier of destiny. What I thought was interesting going back through this was what I highlighted in particular, because there's been a lot of debates and arguments of like, what is meant by fate? You know, is it actually the original continuity, the original story of Final Fantasy VII, or is it some other sort of like definition, right? Like, you know, who the characters are and like the way in which they are still dictates the events that come. And that, you know, that would line up with, for example, God of War Ragnarok's definition of fate. And that's a valid read. Here, it does state that, you know, it appears, you know, it would appear that what the Whispers deem to be fate is the original story of Final Fantasy VII. So that thought that fans had, that read that a lot of fans had, that it was the original story and they're trying to maintain that, does seem to be confirmed here in the Ultimania. I'm sure there were people who still say, you know, like it would appear, you know, so maybe it's not as solid, but given this and everything else we see, is my stream good, by the way? Because I haven't seen anybody chatting in a couple minutes, but I'm just gonna make sure you're all hearing me and you're all still there. But it would seem that like fate is the original story of Final Fantasy VII. You're listening. Okay, cool. So then, in terms of what do we know, so that, all right, and let's get into what we saw in Remake, right? So here is when they show up, and there's a conversation about them. And Red 13, this is what he says. So, no sooner does Aerith make up her mind and start to speak, that the whispers come swooping in from the walls. Barrett reacts to that. Then in the conversation, I could have swore I pulled this out. I did. So to focus in on like what is said in this moment, Red 13 says they're whispers, and this is translated from the Japanese, so it's not going to match the localization directly. Like in all of these like all these script pages that we're pulling from the Ultimania Plus, I think it was, you're going to see these are retranslated. Hi, Wushtron, thank you so much. These are translated from by Shin Archaeology Department, so it's directly translated from the Japanese versus just the English localization, so you'll see some differences. And what's really interesting also is that, it includes what was in the script, like written in the script, at least provided publicly, in terms of additional information beyond just the dialogue. So there's dialogue, but there's also like additional information behind that in terms of like, the party members take fighting stances, or whispers drift around Aerith as if waiting to see what she'll do, that kind of stuff. Wushtron, thank you for the follow and the sub. Thank you so much. So digging into what is said here about them, Red 13 says, they're whispers, best understood as arbiters of fate. Thank you so much for the gift subs, Wick. Best understood as arbiters of fate, they appear before those who attempt to alter destiny's flow and correct their course of action, like capital D, destiny. Put differently, the flow of this planet from inception to extinction. Tifa, are you saying that flow is already fixed? Red 13, correct. It would seem the planet is bound to exhaust all its energy. So again, one of those localization differences. And these whispers, they're sending us down the path of that hopeless future. Barrett asked that. And I forgot what's said directly after that. I didn't capture it, but this was the primary thing. And yes, they are called feelers in Japanese. Although this translation did use the whisper terminology. Regardless, so the first thing that we learned from Remake is that the whispers govern over fate, which the Ultimania calls the original story of Final Fantasy VII. Tifa calls it capital D, destiny. So again, we've had a lot of debates around like what fate is, what it isn't. Is it really as simple and direct as the timeline of events, the original story of FF7? The only thing we can confirm is that, yes, that is what the Ultimania says. That is what Tifa calls it. Like, when you think of capital D destiny, there is only one real definition you think of, and that is this, right? Like, if we were to actually look up a definition real quick, definition, destiny, it would say the events that happen that will necessarily happen to a particular person or thing in the future. The hidden power believes to control what will happen in the future, aka fate. So, using the most dictionary definition term of destiny, which is what Tifa confirms, right? Like capital D, destiny, that seems to be the definition that we're working with for what in the hell is fate. So then moving forward, here's where it gets fucky. And here's where it gets really confusing for a lot of people, because when you think of, because then it gets into like the live stream, what the whispers can access, all of that. So there's something different about the way Remake treats all of this stuff, right? So we know about the live stream is that it can access, memories and souls and all that. And usually you think of that in terms of the past, right? Like someone dies, he returns to a live stream. Oh shit, that's sad, but they're there, right? You don't think of future people or future memories. It almost seems, counterintuitive that something from the future can already exist in the live stream in the present, right? So, but that is what the developers talk about. So they asked the developers on the Square Enix blog, talking about chapter 18, They talk about Whisper Rebrum, Viridi, and Croseo seem to represent Kadaj, Laz, and Yazoo from FF7 Advent Children fighting to save their own future, referencing the entries that appear after using the assessed materia on each. Is this true? Mitsumo Toriyama, the co-director, said, the Whispers are capable of forming monsters from all memories in the flow of time, and I think that includes the characters who exist or will exist in the timeline as well. So for whatever reason, whatever fuckery that dictates the live stream and how it all works, it seems that people from the future are accessible to the live stream, right? So it's all memories in the flow of time. Next, the party are shown memories. So this is like another moment where they say the same thing. Thank you for the gifted subs. Wick, thank you again. So next, the party are shown memories of the future as told in the original Final Fantasy VII. Was there ever a concern that this wouldn't be obvious to fans playing Remake with no prior knowledge of the original FF7? Cloud and the team do not really understand what they are seeing in the scene where they are granted memories of the future. So again, memories of the future, seemingly souls of the future. So it's fine if the full meaning behind the visions is not communicated to the player. Let me just check chat real quick. When we look at the definition for the word remake and that it fits the trilogy, people lose their mind. Craven, we could argue that Whisper 3 could also be Cloud, Tifa, and Barrett preventing the current. Well, Craven, not necessarily, right? Like, it has outright been confirmed by the developers. Like, this is Square Enix asking about it. And then I think there's another Nomura interview where he specifically says it's a 3 Advent Children. Actually, yes, I can actually pull it here. It was, we can know for a fact because, where do I have it? Shoot. It was the Advent Children thing. Where's the behind the scenes thing? Pre-movie interview, is that it? Here we go. So they aired this before Advent Children in the movie theaters, before Rebirth came out. Let me just... So I had these interviews with devs and they talked about it here. Where was it? Oh, right here. This is Nomura talking. The Whispers that appeared at the end of the previous FF7 remake. Right here. These are 3. And these 3 inspired by Advent Children will appear. So it's confirming that these are the 3 Advent Children. So let me go back, sorry. Not trying to derail your size. No, it's fine, it's fine. I just wanted to like clarify that because I'm trying to like stay with like, you know, what we know, what it seems like we know. So next bullet, right? The Whispers have access to memories of the future. In the canon of FF7R, every event is accessible to the Whispers, right? Like past and present. So then moving forward. So in the description from the script of chapter 18, it says, you know, a boom rings out and all of Midgard vibrates from the impact. Sephiroth looks up at the sky. Actually, you're right, Steed, because I actually have that also. I didn't pull it into these slides, but I do have that. The other Ultimania mention of them. You're making me remember that I did pull that. Where was it? Where is it? Where is it? right here. So they had this, I didn't pull it into these slides, but they, oh, the background is an image here. Oh shoot. Okay. So here we could see, if I could pull this in, there is this also from the Ultimania. The Whispers fighting styles, the 3 Whispers fighting styles chosen resembled those of the characters from the future, right? So during chapter 18, 3 Whispers show up to defend the Whisper Harbinger, Whisper Rebrum, Whisper Viridi, and Whisper Corsea, employing unique attacks with a sword, martial arts, and a gun, respectively. The fighting styles used by these 3 enemies are shared by Kadaj, Yazoo, and Laz, a trio of antagonists who appear in Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, the story of which is set 2 years after the events of Final Fantasy VII. Furthermore, Whisper Corseo's Velvet Nightmare attack, translated as Amber Whirl in the English localization, has the same name as Yazoo's gun. So again, just like a confirming, and we were at Hype Train level 2. But again, just confirming the Advent Children are who are involved there. So jumping ahead. So a boom rings out. This is from the script, chapter 18. So you get both the dialogue and then like extra explanation that's available in the script of like what's happening. So a boom rings out and all of Midgar vibrates from the impact. Sephiroth looks up at the sky. Sephiroth, here they come. Ear-splitting streaking echoes throughout the city. A black cloud, a throng of whispers, fills the sky and begins to envelop Midgar in a sort of dome. Cloud and his companions grimace and hold their hands over the ears. Sephiroth is unperturbed. On the contrary, he's quite at ease. Sephiroth. Sorry. The cries of destiny. A wall forms behind Sephiroth at the precipice of the expressway. Cloud clutches his head against the... Hold on. Damn it. I feel like I have to burp. Cloud clutches his head against the agony of the cries of destiny. The whispers surround the whole group. A special whisper interference effect, different from Cloud's mnemonic interference, is displayed on screen. The cries of destiny, or the screams of the planet. Aerith later alludes to this. So this is similar to, this is like an OG concept, right? The sort of like cries of the planet, or the screams of the planet. That's what Bugenhagen talks about, that you can hear, when listening to, his big sort of, his big sound system, for lack of a better word, is like sonophone or whatever it's called. There's, that ability to like hear these like screams. And so it's explained in the original. That is like an element in the original. We just know them as like the cries of the planet. But they're kind of bringing these 2 concepts together in a way and potentially give them like a new definition or new context that we didn't have before. So then Aerith talks about it as well at the end of the highway. Aerith, you heard them, didn't you? The screams of the planet. Barrett catches his breath. Aerith, they're the voices of people who once lived on this planet. The cries of lives circling our world. It's difficult to understand what Aerith is trying to say. Cloud questions her. Crying because of Sephiroth? Aerith, yes. But that man, he doesn't care about things like screaming. Aerith holds the thoughts and feelings of all who live on the planet dear to her heart. So, on the next bullet, so the whispers are linked to an OG concept, right? The cries of the planet. But more specifically, they're described as souls who lived and died. Steve, not to derail you, just leaving these here, but I would love to hear your take on the German name for the whispers. It's rooted in Greek mythology and reveals a lot. Steve, I can't possibly answer that because I don't know enough about Greek mythology or the German names. So yeah, I can't really give any thoughts on that. Imagine being a new player, Jesus fucking Christ. Well, if you're a new player, you're just seeing it as like, okay, these things are things that are trying to like maintain the timeline. That's how it's explained by Red 13. It's like, all right, so there are certain events that are going to happen, and these things are trying to make sure those things happen. Those are all you really need to understand. It's just that we are brain rotted, insane people who have like spent years thinking about it like crazy and batting it back and forth and questioning what is it really fate or is it something else? What are they really doing? So it's like they, we're arguably more confused than a lot of new players in some ways. I can confirm as a new player, these whispers are just part of the story. Yeah, Jelly-san. Jelly-san in chat is like a representative of like regular, new players who aren't so shackled and chained to the ideas of the original and trying to make things match up. All this new stuff is more confusing for those who play the original. Exactly, yeah. So, again, the Whispers are linked to an OG concept, the cries of the planet, specifically described as souls of those who lived and died. Now, here's where it again gets fucky if you're like us and you're a crazy person who spends way too much time thinking and talking about this stuff. So a reminder, Whispers can access souls from the future. Future souls seem to be present in the live stream, right? So we talked about this earlier, this idea of like that they're able to form, monsters from all the memories in the flow of time, things that characters who exist or will exist. So the future is accessible to them. So this is a bit of a sidetrack, but you'll see how it all links. So there was a Q&A about the conversation between like Aerith and Cloud in that resolution scene, that optional scene in chapter 14 of Remake. And they had asked in the Q&A, what sort of meaning were you trying to convey by having Aerith speak the lines, but listen, you can't let yourself fall in love with me. Even if it feels like you have, it's only in your imagination. Aerith herself is physically imprisoned inside the Shinra building at this point in time. Therefore, the person who shows up in front of Cloud is an Aerith who's exceptionally close to the memories of the future and who appears there after some sort of consciousness acts upon the live stream. She seems to be making a genuine plea, yet while these words are intended for Cloud, I think Aerith is partly speaking them for herself. The context of her requests may be at odds with how she truly feels inside. But the big thing here, again, is playing with the idea of like memories of the future and that this is like an Aerith. Like Aerith herself is physically imprisoned in the Shinra building. The person who shows up in front of Cloud is an Aerith who's closer to the memories of the future. So again, the Whispers and like souls of the future, all that stuff are sort of like intermingled. There's a reason why this is relevant. So in the script of that scene, Cloud asks if he's dreaming, right? So I'm dreaming. Aerith says, maybe, you tell me. The script then says, Aerith insinuates that this isn't merely a dream. In fact, it isn't a dream in the least. Aerith is accessing Cloud using her ancient abilities. Cloud isn't sure of how to proceed. And the reason that this is kind of interesting is then the traces of two paths in terms of those ancient abilities. In Traces of Two Paths, after Ifalna dies, she visits Aerith a few times while she's living with Elmira. And we're going to focus on like a part of that like links back to what we just read. So for the past several minutes, Tifa has been regarding her with a mystified expression. So Tifa is hearing Aerith explain how her mom visited her after her mom died. She's like having full-blown conversations with her mom, her like dead spirit mom. At that point, so then Aerith says, at that point, I still thought they were just dreams. I figured I'd fallen asleep and was talking to my mom inside my head. And then Tifa says, now I'm even more confused. You're saying they weren't dreams? And then Aerith says, it's something the Cetra can do. We become one with the live stream as it courses by, and through it, we can talk to other people, even if they're really far away. At least we can under certain circumstances. She says, that's incredible. And then she says, yeah, I guess it is, huh? But I've pretty much lost all of that. If I'm in a place where the energy is really concentrated, I can still feel the connection. But the rest of the time, I don't feel anything at all. Tifa goes, huh? Aerith says, it's hard to say if it's a relief. If it's a relief to be free of it, or if I miss it. In any case, back then, that ability led to all kinds of misunderstandings with the people around me. I guess people thought I was a pretty weird kid. So, leads us to the next bullet. So these souls who lived and died in the canon of FF7 Remake seems to include all souls past and present, explaining the Advent Children Whispers and even on the Aerith, right? So if the live stream, has access to memories of the future, souls of the future, and these whispers are essentially the souls of those who lived and died, it's not just the souls of those who have lived and died in the past. It is all of time, right? So that's why we get, Kadaj laws and Yazoo as Whispers. It's why we get an Omni Aerith showing up in scenes where she shouldn't show up, distinct from the Aerith who's like that we're involved with. So next, in that case, please just respond as best you can, starting with the opening cinematic. Oh, so this is like stepping through the events of Remake and, you know, everything that's related to the Whispers in the events of Remake. So it asks about like, what is Aerith looking at when she's crouching in the alleyway? So the very beginning of the game, the opening cinematic, Nomura says, back during the original version, I think someone said she's keeping herself warm. Katase, I don't think that's it. He laughs. I think she's staring at the glow of the Mako, the way you gaze into the sparks of a bonfire. Interviewer, right after that, Aerith notices something and runs off. Why is that? Nojima, this is the writer, Nojima. She senses the Whisperer's presence and flees from them. Perhaps Aerith has had several rough encounters with the Whispers in the past. Why does Aerith have this mysterious knowledge of future events and things she's never heard before? Nomura says, why indeed? You'll have to wait for future titles to get an answer to that. So in terms of like what she's feeling in the alleyway, right, is specifically, you know, she senses the Whisperer's presence and flees from them. So that's the first sort of like time that they're seemingly present. She has an awareness of them. She responds to them. And even Nojima says, like, perhaps she's had several rough encounters in the past. I know there's been like conversations of, you know, are the Whisperers like brand new to that moment? Has she had run-ins with them before? Here he hints that maybe she's had some interactions with them in the past. So there's something interesting there. I'll take a pause to see what's being said in chat. What's up, man? Hope everything's, thank you. What's up, Jesse? That consciousness line is very, very aligned with Advent Children commentary description of Aerith. Yes. I think this conversation secretly explains why Tifa can't see the things Aerith does, even when in the live stream. McLeod can because he's exposed to way too much Mako and infused with Sephiroth. Well, Tifa's not Cetra, so there's also that. So the Whispers have been making sure she's where she needs to be her whole life. Yes, which is like very much like part of her, like No Promises song, right? Red Sarge, what's going on? I started to think at the picture of a river stream for live stream. The difference is that live stream is omnipotent through time, so remake is a remake, if you understand what just wrote. Okay, so jumping back into this. So these are all the moments that the Whispers intervened throughout Remake, and this is what the developers said about it. So about the chapter 2, you know, when you meet Aerith, why are the Whispers interfering with Aerith by the time we meet her? Is she inadvertently interfering with the timeline already? The Whispers surrounding Aerith in Sector 8 are not trying to interfere, but are guiding events so that Cloud and Aerith meet each other for the first time there. The Whispers are making sure that Aerith stays in the area and does not run away because of the commotion from the reactor bombing. So we all sort of knew that. By chapter 12, it has become clear. Sorry, Jesus. I think I have these out of order. There's a couple missing ones. Shoot. There's another one about Jesse. Shit. Where was that? Here we go. So I had these pulled chronologically. Okay. So then moving forward from chapter 2 to chapter 4 or 5, the beginning of 5, it appears that the Whispers intentionally appear here to cause Jesse's ankle injury, leading to Cloud being forced to take on the next mission with Avalanche, just like in the original FF7. What can you tell us about that sequence of events? In Remake, Cloud's mercenary contract with Avalanche is discontinued before the Reactor 5 mission, and he was not intending to accompany the others, but the Whispers interfere to keep the destined timeline unchanged, and he ends up going with them after all. So again, just restating what we kind of picked up playing the game of like, yes, they interfered there to make sure Cloud goes on the mission because it seemed to be going off the rails, that he wasn't going to be with them on the mission. I think I already got that then. Okay, so by chapter 12, it has become clear that the Whisperers are intent on preserving the timeline of the original FF7. But why do they appear at the beginning of this chapter? Thank you so much, NMU, for the follow. But why do they appear at the beginning of this chapter and block Cloud, Tifa, and Aerith from progressing? Have the trio arrived earlier than expected? With Avalanche taking the fight to Shinra, the plan to drop the plate has been delayed here. If Cloud and the team were to link up straight away, there would be a danger that the plot would fail entirely, so the plot from Shinra to collapse the plate. So the Whisperers appear to obstruct their progress and preserve the destined timeline. So interestingly, there's a implication that the party is actually on track to potentially stop the platefall. So kind of as we expected, they showed up in that moment to make sure that things sort of like still stayed the same with this timeline. This is all what we thought about with Remake, but it's nice to see confirmation of these things. Why do the Whisperers show up in Aerith's room? They don't seem to be actively trying to change destiny at this point, so that's been their standard operating procedure, is to show up when destiny's about to change. So they're asking in the Shinra HQ scene where you're in Aerith's room in the Shinra building, why did the Whisperers show up? Does this Aerith have knowledge of the future? Toriyama says, if Aerith were to talk of the things she knew and reveal the truth to everyone here, that action in itself could change the destined timeline. So the Whisperers move to prevent her doing so and protect the course of events. Aerith may have known the future, but had her memories of it stolen by the Whisperers until this time. So they're kind of, and you'll see in the sort of like series of events, they're like monitoring her. They're like, oh shit, she might show up and like start dropping future knowledge, right? We can't let her tell the party what's going to happen, because that can mess with destiny itself. So then moving forward to when Barrett dies, when he gets stabbed by Sephiroth, was it important to show Barrett dying and then being saved by the Whisperers to prove that the Whisperers are neither for nor against the party, simply trying to correct the course of destiny? We showed Barrett's predicament here as a representation of how the survival or not of a single person can change the destined timeline that the Whisperers are trying to protect. However, Barrett is pretty tough, so he might have recovered by himself, even if the Whisperers did not move to protect him. I think this is really interesting in the context of two characters in particular who we know for a fact have been saved in some way, shape, or form in some kind of world, that being Biggs and Zack, right? So it's saying that the survival of a single person can change a destined timeline that the Whisperers are trying to protect. So, for example, the survival of Zack, the survival of Biggs even, could actually have a knock-on effect that's unexpected in terms of like, saving the timeline. It may even come down to like why we may even see something like consequential happen with Biggs in a future in part 3 that we didn't see coming. It's part of like he's constantly questioning, why the hell was I saved? Like, why the hell do I matter? I wonder if they'll pay that off in an unexpected way, right? Obviously, it could involve Zack. It might include a world where Aerith is alive or saved by Cloud, but it might actually be even more interesting if, against all odds, like something with Biggs, something seemingly innocuous that he does has some kind of effect, because here they're saying, the survival of a single person can have an impact. So here are all the Ultimania list of all the events where the Whisperers show up. Some of them, they don't give much response, right? Like, we got more out of the interviews that we just read. So in chapter 2, when they're drifting around Aerith, it simply says monitoring Aerith's actions, but we learned from that interview it was more than that, right? It was making sure that meeting between Cloud and Aerith still happens. And there's events all throughout here. I don't have interviews related to all of these moments. But so chapter 3, when they float by Cloud, when he has a vision of the plate falling. So it's watching Cloud alertly as he sees a vision of the future. Seventh Heaven, floating across the room where Cloud is released from his contract with Avalanche, or responding to a divergence from Destiny, where Cloud is no longer set to participate in the operation. So all the sort of like moments that we know, ensuring Reno doesn't die, ensuring Aerith doesn't get taken away by the Turks, confirming things are on track with Biggs, confirming things are on track with Jesse. all the moments, all the way up to the end of the game. These are all pretty intuitive to sort of like pick up on. But they are all laid out in the remake Ultimania. Let me catch up with something in chat, or just catch up with chat a little bit. Sephiroth, I think what's tripping me up is what threw them off course. Destiny to where fate had to interfere to keep them on course. I get the points in the story as to what causes the Whispers to interfere, but it's implying something is already off from the original, but why? I don't know. In some cases, I think it's clear, right? Like I think in some cases, like when Cloud isn't invited to the Sector 5 bombing, it's pretty clear, oh shit, if Cloud doesn't go to that, he's not gonna like fall from the airbuster fight and like land in the church. Like that messes everything up, right? Even this one, and when he fights Reno, so it's saying Sector 5 slums, appearing as Cloud prepares to finish Reno off and dragging Cloud away from him, ensuring Reno doesn't die. So in the remake, in the way Remake starts to happen, Cloud does go to attack and kill Reno in the church, and so it's stopping that from happening. There are other times where it's a little less clear on like what is instigating the potential to sort of like change in Destiny, to your point. But it is there. But they are there in some stuff. God, I love the idea Barrett could just shake off being impaled in Circo's hammer, yeah. That's what I'm hoping for, is to see all this result in something of substance. Give Biggs a big moment or something like that, yeah. So are we supposed to believe that Aerith was subsumed by the live stream and able to project herself to the past? Yeah, like, so when they come back to change events from the OG, I think like her soul, because all souls seemingly, including like Kadaj, Yaz, and Wazoo, or Yazoo, whatever, even those characters, can show up in the past from the future. So seemingly, it's giving that, like, it seems like the Aerith that died in the original is in the live stream in some way, just like her mom was, and then able to sort of like project herself onto the present. Yeah, but what causes them to deviate in the first place? Why did Whispers push Aerith where she needed to be? Because it feels like it implies she was the one deviating. Maybe her already having future knowledge was causing her to act different. I think that is the case, right? So in the new book, we talked about the new book that's coming out. And we talked about this scene, right? The alleyway scene. And it seems like the new book that's coming out is going to sort of like give more context to early remake stuff, like Cloud and Tifa meeting when she finds him at the train. And then we don't really know what it's going to cover with Aerith, but like one thing that I've wondered is if we get more context to what she's thinking about and what she sees when she sees the Mako at the very beginning of the game. And we may get context, right, for like these several rough encounters with the Whispers in the past, right? Like maybe we get some of that context for what's leading up to that moment where she senses them and runs away from them, and maybe her starting to sort of like make some kind of new action. Or yeah, maybe future Sephiroth is sort of messing with things too. That's possible. Wasn't Cloud delayed to that meeting? Oh yeah, Caitlin is bringing up a good point. So maybe the thing that also caused this initial change, right, of like Cloud potentially missing Aerith, was what Caitlin in the YouTube chat is bringing up of wasn't Cloud delayed to that meeting with Aerith by Sephiroth. So Sephiroth diverted Cloud's attention, pulls him into that alleyway, right? And that could have that delayed him enough to potentially miss that meeting with Aerith. So that's probably the first instigation, right, of like change. But if AC is canon, then the ending to AC means nothing. Aerith and Zack didn't save Cloud, then there has to be another event after AC that has made them come back. I feel like I'm missing something there. Yeah. Hey, Matt Geo, what's going on? So let's continue forward. So next bullet. So Whispers, likely past and future souls in the live stream, continues to protect the chain of events from the OG continuity from which they came. Right, so we saw that, we stepped through it. There's whole charts outlining all the events where they sort of like work to protect the timeline. So, interviewer, when crossing the barrier at the end of the Midgar Expressway, Aerith says, this is the point of no return, Destiny's Crossroads. What is she referring to in this line? Nojima, if Cloud and his party cross the barrier the Whispers have created, they'll pass beyond the Whispers' jurisdiction, that is, into a realm where destiny doesn't exist. As such, it represents a turning point past which they may or may not proceed. Then, in another interview, thank you for sharing your memories and thoughts on working on FF7 Remake. Is there anything you would like to say to fans who have been reading this whole blog series? There's a whole blog series they did where they went like chapter by chapter, asked several questions. And this is the final question of all the questions. So as it says at the end of the game, the unknown journey will continue, and Cloud and his friends will be on that journey for a while yet. From here on in, the Whispers cannot act to maintain the destined timeline, so fans can look forward to seeing what kind of future awaits the team. So again, just like confirming kind of what we all thought, right? Leading up to the end of Remake. The Whispers we're trying to maintain the timeline. Now we have more context on like what the Whispers may be when like looking through all those things in terms of like being souls who lived and died. That it does link to the idea of like the cries of the planet, just recontextualized, but maybe given a new purpose. And so this last bullet is like at the end of Remake, they can no longer act to maintain the OG continuity, right? It says, they say it pretty definitively in two different places. One in the Ultimania, if they go past this threshold, if they go, through that, the Destiny's Crossroads, they'll pass beyond the Whispers' jurisdiction, so the Whispers can't maintain it. And then another interview is saying, like, from here on out, they can't maintain things the way that we know it. So again, they can't act to maintain the OG continuity. But here is the next part that I think a lot of people have missed, and I think was something that was missed by the guys over at Final Fantasy Files in terms of that transition to Rebirth and what happens to the Whispers after the Whisper of Harbinger, after the Whisper Harbinger is defeated. So it says in the Ultimania, a master even fate obeys. So while in Midgar, Cloud and his crew, or maybe this was from the Rebirth Ultimania, I can't remember. While in Midgar, Cloud and his crew often encountered Whispers, so-called arbiters of fate, sometimes to their hindrance, sometimes to their advantage. While in the singularity of fate, Sephiroth absorbed a part of these Whispers and subjugated them to his will. The Sephiroth Cloud defeated in Midgar was an embodiment of the Whispers now under his control. The whereabouts of his actual body remain a mystery. The Whispers Sephiroth's commands are much darker than the ones Cloud and his companions saw before. So at the end of Remake, Sephiroth absorbs and controls some of the Whispers. Right? Like it says specifically, absorbs a part of these Whispers. And then if you remember, we do see him using them in the fight at the end of Remake. Let me pull that up real quick. So chapter 18. Where is it? Oh, it's too late. End of Sephiroth fight, here we go. So sorry. So Whispers like explode from Sephiroth. They go to attack the party.
Tifa. We can do this. We can.
Also, I believe Sephiroth's wing is formed out of Whispers, but flies up, starts throwing. See, he does like a full-on throw here.
We can change it.
So he flies up. Man, this scene was so good, yeah. So he flies up, throws whispers toward the party. Aerith stops some of them. And then that's the rest of the scene, is like these whispers being weaponized against the party and the party fighting back. Oh, shoot, no visual. Shit. My bad. How's it not showing it right now? Why is it not showing? The fuck? Let me remove that. So let's do it again. Why the hell is it not showing? Oh, what the fuck? That was weird. I gotta do that whole thing again. I don't know why it wasn't showing. I still don't know. Here we go.
Make it right.
So this is what I was trying to show. That for whatever reason, OBS did not want to show you all guys. Show you guys. But here, you can see Sephiroth jump up in the air. And he throws whispers at the party. And the party starts fighting back. But again, just to show it again. So he jumps up. You can see the sort of like wisps starts to form around him. And then he throws them. So he's like weaponizing the whispers against the party. So in terms of that quote that we just read, like he seems to control part of the whispers. And so they're no longer under the direction of fate. They're under the direction of Sephiroth. Sephiroth's taking advantage. Yeah. Sephiroth's taking advantage of the fact that the party defeated the Whisper Harbinger. And so those whispers are no longer directed by the planet. They're directed by him. This is after the Harbinger is beaten by the party. Yes. So now he has sort of like consumed some of them and he's using them for his own ends. In fact, when Cloud hits him here, right, you see him disappear into like a bunch of whispers. You can see all these whispers sort of like forming and doing all that, right? So time paradox begins here. Yeah. So that sort of is one of the missing pieces of the puzzle for some people in that transition from Remake to Rebirth, even though this is discussed in Rebirth. But at the end of Remake, Sephiroth absorbs and controls some of the whispers. Livestream Black, essentially, he's plaguing them throughout the live stream. He needs Jenova's reunion properties to do it properly, probably. To some extent, yes. What if the Harbinger was representative of Jenova's will and fate over the planet? She would benefit the most from things saying like, oh, gee, its cells aren't everything by Advent Children, just a crazy thought exercise, especially with Aerith saying the source of everything. That is an interesting thought. Let's mosey. Yeah. You know, like I think it's possible, right? That if we're going under the thought of also like Sephiroth trying to create his own future versus just the one that he's destined for, if he were to stay completely aligned with Jenova, I think that is possible in terms of like, if the Whisper Harbinger was dictated and you know, driven by Jenova trying to like continue things. Like the defeat of Sephiroth in some ways doesn't really matter so much to Jenova. Like Jenova can still get what she wants, kind of no matter what. But potentially Sephiroth might want something different, right? So it's an interesting idea, especially like with the Whisper Harbinger having that purple sort of like coloring that people have like tied back to Jenova. It does sort of make sense. All right. Jesse, I'm seeing like way earlier in chat, so I don't know if you're still here, but I disagree. I don't think Sephiroth had control of the Whispers in Remake until sometime after the Harbinger was defeated. That's what I'm saying. Like what we just saw, the end of that fight with Sephiroth where he starts throwing them, that was after the Whisper Harbinger was defeated. So I'm totally in agreement with you there. So let's move forward to Rebirth. So here it says memories whisked away by whispers. So during her time in Midgar, Aerith would occasionally behave as though she had some knowledge of future events. However, it appears that when she crossed the barrier of fate and left Midgar, these memories of the future were stolen from her by the Whispers. Nonetheless, Aerith's objective remains the same: to prevent the tragedies Sephiroth seeks to bring about, even if the journey ahead is one whose path she cannot see. And one thing I did think about, right, like if Sephiroth did consume some of the Whispers and now has sort of like control over them, is it possible that he also has knowledge of those like specific future memories? It seemed like he already did. But I wonder if like when he consumed those Whispers, if he also got access to what Tifa or what Aerith had sort of like known, the Whispers, the memories that she had access to. And then another interview from the Rebirth Ultimania. So there's way less conversation about Whispers in the Rebirth Ultimania or like the Rebirth interviews. It's like way less. So interviewer, this entry has confirmed quite a lot about the structure of the game's world. Essentially, the world is undergoing change thanks to Cloud and his companions breaching the boundaries of fate. Is that right? Najima says, yes, that's correct. It's sort of like new worlds are being constructed after we step beyond the wall of fate in FF7 Remake. It's a bit difficult to explain at this point without giving spoilers, and then he laughs. I think the ultimate structure of the world will become clear in the third game, is what Toriyama says. So it makes sense. They're dancing around this stuff, right? They can't confirm anything like too outright, but they are confirming like, you know, new worlds beyond the sort of like wall of fate that we understand. They're asking, it's part of the Ultimania, the question of like, essentially the world is undergoing change thanks to Cloud and his companions breaching of the boundaries of fate. So there's been a lot of conversation around like, are they actually paying off that like changing fate idea and whatnot? It seems like there's still enough evidence that yes, when you look at the recap for Remake, you know, Red 13 explains it that way. It's just like what world we end up in, like how the world actually resolves is still a major open question. So, you know, what we learned from Rebirth, when we first encountered the Whispers, I gotta pull that up. So I didn't have time to pull that up before this, but I could pull it up now. So if we go to the boys running to the reactor, where is that? Guys run to the reactor. There's this conversation, which we've talked about on stream before.
The captain filled me in.
It happens around here. All right, here we go.
As if weapons weren't enough. Now the Whispers are back.
Come again? What's a whisper when it's at home?
An arbiter of fate. They appear when destiny is about to be altered. Ensure it maintains its intended course.
Hold on.
The Whispers are back.
Come again? What's a whisper when it's at home?
An arbiter of fate. They appear when destiny is about to be altered. Ensure it maintains its intended course.
I thought we already changed it though.
We did, once. But perhaps now they preside over a new fate. Ours.
So, you know, it says like we did once, but perhaps now they preside over a new fate, ours. So even just like the presiding over a new fate They do basically confirms, yes, you're not crazy. If you played Remake, you beat the Whispers, you beat the Whisper Harbinger, you defeated fate as you know it. And now it's saying like, yes, but maybe they preside over a new fate. And then that's actually confirmed as like what that is later on in chapter 14 at the very end of the game when they show up at the ancient city. When the Whispers show up.
Called it.
Let's go get our girl. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say those assholes are fixing to get in our way again.
Look at them, though.
Yeah. They're different. Don't belong to fate or the planet. They belong to Sephiroth.
So they belong to Sephiroth, right?
Loud.
And then sure enough, Sephiroth shows up. So we get the sense that like now they come back and they're controlled by that. Sorry, I didn't have time to like make these slides perfect yet. So let's then get to the live stream moment. So we know the Black Whispers are seemingly controlled by Sephiroth. And then if we go to what happens in the live stream.
Tifa.
This is the first appearance of the White Whispers, which we really don't understand in any great way, especially at this moment of the game, but so we see the Black Sephiroth-controlled Whispers doing some kind of fuckery. Possibly, I hadn't even realized it until right now when looking at it, rewatching it live. They seemingly are maybe trying to block the weapon from bringing Tifa to see the memories that she's about to see. Right? They're kind of forming a barrier, and then you push through it. So the Black Whispers are blocking access to Tifa and Cloud's memories, yes. Yeah.
Are the Whispers fighting?
So it's established, okay, whatever these White Whispers are and whatever these Black Whispers are, they're fighting. And you can also see it's a little bit more obvious in an earlier shot, but you can see it's kind of hard to see. Whoops. It's kind of hard to see, but this White Whisper up here, it has this like glowing orb inside of it. I don't know if you can see that. It's like a glowing orb inside its like hat. And then the same thing with the Black Whispers, right? They had those glowing orbs. And if you remember, the Whispers in Remake had nothing in their hoods. So I think it just shows some kind of consciousness being control of them. They're not being controlled by just the planet itself. They're being controlled by some entity, seemingly Sephiroth, and as we'll get to in a bit, Aerith, right? So they're fighting. So you sort of like get that context that they're fighting against each other. We see these amazing memories. And then once again, Tifa is there with the White Whispers, and they're kind of going back and forth, right? They're having a rap battle. So it's this big back and forth between those things, and then where's that scene? Here we go. And then in the conversation in the living room, right, where Tifa recounts what she saw.
Looking Black Whispers going up against the planet in the live stream. And these Whispers are with Sephiroth, right?
So actually it's said there too, right? Like, and these Whispers are with Sephiroth, right? The Black Whispers are with Sephiroth, right?
Yeah. At least, that's how it looked to me while I was in there.
And? Any idea who was winning? Could you tell?
The planet. The life stream. Us.
Well, of course we are.
Again, just establishing Black Whispers seemingly with Sephiroth, and then, you know, what's going on here. Let me catch up with some things here in chat. It's a bunch happened. Makes you wonder which faction had control in the first game. Well, I think it's the planet, and or the Jenova theory was kind of interesting, but of course he tries to interfere. Those whispers at that point are from the planet, just keeping tabs on it. Oh yeah, I think some of you are just having conversations between yourselves in chat. Look up a picture of a glacial braided river, and it will give you some insight about how the live stream works. It's a stream after all. I think I have seen it. I might pull it up in a bit, but I don't want to like distract too much from the whisper conversation specifically. I think Jenova imagery is too strong for me to consider. Interesting that Tifa is the first to mention that they are different. Yeah. And she's the first one who gets like some kind of direct experience with them, right? The life cycle of the rivers is an inspiration for FF7's story. Okay, yeah. So Black Whispers, yeah, we're going to tell. Why would Cloud have to say they belong to Sephiroth if, according to some, the Whispers and Sephiroth were always aligned in their goals? Well, I don't think the Whispers and the Sephiroth were always aligned in their goals. Even that Jenova theory someone threw out about like the Jenova, like Jenova potentially controlling the Whispers, doesn't mean that Sephiroth is also aligned with Jenova, right? Hey, SubTXT, when did the Whispers have the orbs in their hoods, after Remake or before after Remake? Not sure you guys are going back and forth. Sephiroth has been in live stream for 9 years at this point, possibly longer, and he had no control over the Whispers until the Harbinger was defeated. Yes. Look at the White Whisper. Although he seems to like have some ability to maybe interact with them, right? Like in the scene where the Whisper shows up over Cloud while he's sleeping and he hears Sephiroth's voice. Potentially he can ride along with them and like communicate through them. Look at the White Whisper's skill set on Assess. They have variants of all of Aerith's abilities. Oh, I'll have to look at that. I don't think I've noticed that, Keen Bean. Likewise, Aerith had no control over the Whisperers until after the Harbinger was defeated. Yeah. And I do think it is related to what she does at the end of the highway with the white sort of like beam of light that attacks the Whisper wall. I think there's a strong hint that the White Whispers are the Cetro scene in Temple of the Ancients. They talked about their duty to protect the planet from any harm. Yeah. Sorry. Could Aerith's second Holy effectively act retroactively, accounting for the White Orbs and the White Whispers? Could her casting of Holy in Remake to save her friends work outside the confines of time? That music, can you run that one past me again? Maybe with a little more detail. Could Aerith's second Holy, so the one that she casts in Rebirth, act retroactively according to the White Orbs, accounting for the White Orbs and the White Whispers? Could her casting of Holy in Remake to save her friends work outside the confines of time? I don't exactly know what you're asking. I'm intrigued, but I can't quite like parse it out. I know like YouTube chat has like more limited characters too, so maybe you can say everything there, but if you believe that the new story is a beat for beat reimagining of the old layered on top of itself, allowing us to re-experiencing it, then the Whisperers are likely a stand-in for the black and white materia. They are MacGuffins used by Aerith and Sephiroth in their rap battle for control of the planet's fate. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say they're MacGuffins necessarily. Like, you know, the dictionary definition or the Hollywood definition of MacGuffins is like, they don't really matter at all. I think they do matter. The idea that they were noted as indifferent in Remake is important, as noted to Rebirth. Can you run that by again, Sleepy Z? What do you mean the idea that they were noted as indifferent in Remake? Who is indifferent in Remake? Do you think they use the Ever Crisis info in Part 3 in some way? I mean, for sure, they're going to use Ever Crisis stuff in some way. Why wouldn't Black Materia keep the same quality? of the white materia and also be omnipotent or not fake. I feel like I'm getting like half questions here. Like, Roland, I'm not sure what you're asking exactly. Like, how does that relate to something? Is that related to something else? Like, why wouldn't the black materia keep the same quality of the white materia and also be omnipotent or not fake? I don't even know. That's just like a non sequitur. Like, I don't know what that's referring to even, or like what part of all of this that's related to. Okay. White materia is never seen as fake. Yes. I don't know. You know, I have no idea. I can't really say, you know, like there's some kind of obscuring of like attaining the black materia. Was there a fake white materia? I have no idea. And that's like kind of outside the confines of like this conversation specifically, you know, like I'm more concerned right now with like the whisper conversation, but in the live stream we see white and black materia fighting, which Tifa comments on twice, right? All right, so then the next point that I want to get to is when we go to chapter 14 and we see where was it? So in chapter 14, you're fighting all these black whispers, and suddenly these white whispers show up. They sort of recontextualize the entire location. Oh shit. They recontextualize like the entire location.
Wow.
And they appear like before we see Aerith show up, right? So they show up, they sort of have an effect on the force itself, and then Aerith appears. Then a similar thing happens in the fight with Sephiroth. Where is it? We get a similar sort of like miniaturized conflict of what we experience.
Sephiroth!
Thank you so much for the super chat. Oh wow, that's massive. What the hell? Alert box. I gotta shrink that a little bit. But thank you so much, Fat Music. Thank you for trying to make sense of my inquiry. No problem. You may have followed up, but I'm just gonna get through this next little bit real quick. So we see there are black whispers thrown by Sephiroth at Cloud.
There you are.
Sephiroth!
Or the black whispers like first jump up and they head out, and these white whispers come and clash with the black whispers. And then they seem to return to their origin, which is surrounding Aerith, right? So this is like as close to confirmation that they are under Aerith's control and direction. And we're seeing this collision of the black and white whispers, black and white live stream, yes, all that stuff. So that leads us to this. So in the Sleeping Forest, we see white whispers appear prior to Aerith's arrival. In the final battle with Sephiroth, we see white whispers appear alongside Aerith's arrival. So that gets us to like kind of what we know in Rebirth, right? Where we have in Remake, we had one solidified, you know, existence of the whispers where they were working under control of like the planet, maybe Jenova, given that one person's theory in chat. But there was like one unified thing that all the whispers working against that was controlling the timeline, keeping it as they govern over fate, which the Ultimania calls the original story of Final Fantasy VII, which Tifa also calls the capital D destiny. By the end of Remake, we defeat the Whisper Harbinger. They can no longer act to maintain the OG continuity. And then also Sephiroth seemingly absorbs and controls some of the Whispers. And then we know in Rebirth that, you know, when we first encounter them, they talk about, like, yes, you're not crazy. You defeated the Whispers. You defeated that fate that existed before. Perhaps there is a new destiny in which they govern. And we then learn that the Black Whispers are directly controlled by Sephiroth. And then the White Whispers are seemingly controlled by Aerith. And they are currently in a conflict. Basically, who's going to win out, right? Like, which new vision for where things can go, what Aerith wants, what Sephiroth wants, what Cloud and the party wants, which idea is going to win out, which is also what was discussed in this part of my video. Let me bring it up. Outright telling Zack. Where is that interview? Here it is. Which all directly relates to this.
What needs to happen as an outcome of this, all the developers have described of final possible fates, which is how the developers have described it.
So before, the Whispers resided over one fate that got shattered. Now seemingly there are two factions of Whispers, either directed by Aerith or Sephiroth, and there is this great war over, like, which world will be the final one, right? And then that's the question, right? Will it be a world with some kind of genuine change that does alter the sort of continuity of FF7 as we know it? Or will it be something that just brings everything back to, you know, the way the original ended? That's kind of the major debate that's being had among a lot of fans. I will say there was one thing when I was digging through all of this that I found interesting in terms of the like on the Aerith, right? Like an Aerith that's aware of the future, which was, where was it? So in the script, there was a moment that I found interesting. Let me just pull it into here. Where, you know, she's talking with Tifa in the tunnels, right? After the Don Corneo incident. And it says, Tifa and Aerith head for the bridge leading to the landing where the water pump is and continue across. Cloud lags and trails behind them. Aerith walks along listening to Tifa voice her worries, which she's continued doing from earlier. Not again, Aerith. Still dreading the worst. Tifa, yeah. Aerith thinks for a moment and then replies carefully. This is real thought, right? She puts real thought in this, and we do know that this Aerith in Remake has some kind of awareness of what's coming. And she says, no matter what future awaits, it can be changed. That's what I believe. And that has just been a consistent concept that has, like, been pushed forward by these games. Of like there can be some change, right? And Rebirth gave us doubt around that. But I just feel like you wouldn't give such blunt, you know, setup for some kind of change, both through things that Aerith says, through the actions of, like, defeating the Whisper Harbinger and then creating some kind of thing that the Whispers can't control anymore. It does seem like, you know, they're all like, there was a future that was being guarded by the Whispers. The devs used the original kind of lore as best as they could in terms of like tying it to the cries of destiny and sort of the souls that live in the planet, but they're just building and doing something sort of new with it. So anyway, I hope that was useful and a good conversation. Let me catch up with chat here. Hold on. There's a lot of chat that I missed while I was doing that last bit. Dragoon Knight, what's going on? Where was I? Okay. Fat Music. The white orb whispers to me are associated with the rainbow effect, Aerith's use of holy. When Tifa's in the live stream in Rebirth, perhaps the orb the boys are fighting for Tifa. I can kind of see what you're saying, Fat Music. I think I'm tracking, right? It kind of is what I had thought, right? At the end of the highway, I wonder if Aerith did use or cast holy, like that current, the one that she held in Remake that became empty. I wonder if she used it at the end of the highway as to like fight against the sort of like fate wall that Sephiroth created, so that when we step through it, it's not just a future that's completely dictated by Sephiroth, but at least there's some presence of the white whispers and so forth that, or the sort of holy, to sort of like counterbalance that. But she expended it there, right? So then the thinking that I've had and others have had too is that when she prays for holy at the end of Rebirth, it's actually technically the second time that we've seen holy be used, because she's using that white materia from a different world in order to sort of cast it. It's very hard to explain via test, yeah. Materia, I would say the Whispers were under the planet's control, and after the Harbinger was defeated, control over them was partially lost. Yes, I agree. I wasn't aware the MacGuffins were unimportant. Is there another word for MacGuffin when it's actually important? Well, usually it's like sort of, it's a thing that people are chasing, but it's not actually the most important thing in the story, is like usually how it's referred to. Was there a fake black materia in OG2? Just a first one is different. Was there a fake materia? There was no like fake or real black materia in the original that we know of. I mean, the temple itself is sort of like when we played through it last stream on Wednesday, you know, there's like a vision of like on the altar where the black materia is. It's actually sort of like a hologram or like a model of the temple. So maybe you could say that's a fake in a way. But no, there was no real example of that. Whispers carry memories. Black and white materia are made from memories, so they're linked. Yeah. Whispers carry memories. Black and white materia are made from the memories, so they're linked. So we're saying some of the memories are fake. Oh, Rollin. I don't know. The fake materia thing, look, just straight up, the fake black materia thing, we talked about it on Wednesday too. It's probably the thing from Rebirth that I don't fucking understand that well, you know, like, and I just don't know. It's a mystery to me, you know, like anything related to the fakeness and realness of the black materia, I don't fundamentally understand. So I don't think I'm going to have like a good response to that no matter what. Sephiroth and Aerith both seize control of the Whispers. Maybe Sephiroth is trying to control Cloud and change his fate, so the Whisper is there as a defensive measure. All right, Turquoise Hammer. Curious about your take on this one, Sub. If Remake's Grey Whispers are all about ensuring Destiny, the OG, unfolds as intended, why would they deplete the white materia, which Aerith will need to cast Holy? I don't know. I mean, I know they keep saying that. So Turk, I know they keep saying that, like, you know, in the game, in the dialogue, like Aerith says, like, oh, they took them, the Whispers took them, and the Ultimania mentioned it too, right? But I keep thinking back on this scene, and it's kind of related to what Fat Music was bringing up, where it seems like a conscious choice by Aerith to use it. Is it here? I think it's here. She does her whole spiel. She like. Like, to me, that's where it feels like it gets used, right? And in that usage of it, seemingly it gets expended. You know, maybe you can even say that these black whispers that it interacts with takes it away from her, from the white materia. But this feels like casting magic. Like, what else is this moment if not that? I'm still not sure. You know, like I can't think of any explanation for what is happening in this moment other than using the current white materia that she had. We never see it again after this. We only see it again in Rebirth when it's empty. Yeah, I mean, in terms of like why the whispers, I mean, before this moment, right? You could say that the whispers are trying to take the memories from her, like in the Shinra building, which she mentions, right? I think the one way that might make sense is if they're afraid of her using the knowledge, right? Like that was discussed earlier here. It was discussed here, right? Or was it? When they were talking about the them showing up in the Shinra building while she was talking. Why did the whisper show up in Aerith's room? And it's like, if Aerith were to talk of the things she knew and reveal the truth to everyone here, that action in itself could change the destined timeline. So the whispers moved to prevent her doing so and protect the course of events. Aerith may have known the future, but had her memories of it stolen by the whispers until this time. So it's seemingly the whispers may be trying to take that away from her because she may do something based on that knowledge that fundamentally changes the course of destiny. So to your question, if I remember the wording of it correctly, you know, you would ask, if Remake's Grey Whispers are all about ensuring destiny, why would they deplete the white materia, which Aerith would need to cast holy? In terms of like why deplete it and like mess up her ability to cast holy. So maybe that's true. Maybe she doesn't use the white materia there. Dude, I don't know. It's so hard to, this is where it gets confusing. But I think that they're trying to remove her memories. They're working against her in that way because they're trying to make sure that she doesn't do something that could interfere with destiny. If them removing her memories is effectively the same as depleting the white materia completely, I don't know why they would. Wait, did that Aerith have holy in her hair? She had the white materia in her hair, yeah. There are two types of whispers in Remake. Enigmatic and mysterious. First one is purple and controls all the others. It's the one that you can't hit before killing the others, yeah. Call the whispers more of a representation of what emotions they hold. The famous Erased interview, yeah. God, I'm so far behind on chat. Oh shit, I lost my place. Sorry, I'm still catching up with chat. Didn't Sephiroth talk about the Promised Land in the original? I don't remember if Sephiroth actually talked about the Promised Land in the original. At some point he did. I think in the temple he talked about it. Yeah, in the temple he talked about it. You still have access to the interview through Max YouTube video. Yeah, then he take us this reaction. And obviously it's in my video too. She also played through the chapter this week too. She's also very sus about the Sector 7 platefall. She gives hope to Tifa. Yeah, that was the scene that we discussed. There's also the fact that the OG Destiny they're shown to defy doesn't really have any context except destruction. And she should know how to cast holy because of her knowledge. Versus in Rebirth, she doesn't know if she's doing it right. That's an interesting point too, Sephiroth. Memories are timeless. She doesn't know in the story so far. She might learn when they crossed the boundary of fate on the bridge. That might have been the moment she actually cast Holy. The White Whispers could be a result of that spell or even her control over them. This would explain why Holy is no longer available later in the story, and also ties directly into that moment when Zack returns. Yeah, but in Remake, she had all those memories, plus future ones she doesn't know how to cast it at the end of Remake versus Rebirth. She doesn't have that knowledge anymore. Is that clear, like, how much of her memories are, like, removed at a certain point? They're very fast and loose with, like, what she knows when, how much she knows when. Like, for example, it seems to imply that Aerith, like, loses a lot of her future memories throughout the course of Remake. But, like, weirdly enough, at the very beginning, when you first meet her, she doesn't really know what the whispers are. She's like, what are they? But by the end, she seems to know even more than she knew at the beginning. So it does get a little kludgy. Here's another theory on the fake Black Materia. Sephiroth takes the Black Materia to Cloud. From Cloud in the OG, right? He sends it to Beagle. The Black-White Materia thing, I just don't think I have the headspace to dig into that right now. After that sequence, the story splits in two, correct? Yes. So after, that's actually, shit, I had another quote that seemed relevant to that question. Hold on. Or was it? I had a bunch of, like, quotes that I didn't use. Oh, this is kind of interesting too. This is like this is like bonus. Now we're getting into bonus stuff. But let me just see if there are other questions to get to before I get into some of these other findings. Hey, Verusudap. Sorry, I'm, like, seeing your chat probably super late. But hi, what's going on? Did Nomura Katase and Nijima sit around trying to poke holes like this as they're trying to write the story? I mean, I don't know if they're trying to poke holes, but definitely think about it. Okay, Origami. All right, so let me get into some of these. I've caught up with chat. But let me get into some of the things I found that I thought were interesting. So there's this. In terms of, like, how Cloud comes into seeing the whispers, I just forgotten about, like, this exact detail. But Cloud hallucinates a scene during his conversation with Aerith. What is it that triggers the scene? So this is actually different. This is end of chapter, like the start of chapter 9, I think, when he sees the future. Or no, it might be, I forget when this was. This might be also when he met Aerith in the church. I can't remember. But it says, Aerith has a materia concealed in her hair that was passed down to her by her mother, and it's this that caused the hallucination. The vision Cloud sees has been included as a scene that symbolizes the future Cloud and Aerith will seemingly face. And then here they had the question about, like, right, Mr. Mercenary, it seems, line Aerith says, the Cloud is described in the stage directions as a slip of the tongue. Does this mean she's already aware of Cloud as the mercenary? As revealed in chapter 17, Aerith is aware of various things in the sense that she remembers them. However, she tries not to let the people around her realize this. Cloud being a mercenary is one of those memories that she lets slip, thinking it's something that she should know. Additionally, these memories Aerith has are stripped away from her by the whispers during the course of the story. So, again, like I said, the Ultimate Media continues to say a lot of these memories are stripped away over time. But what I thought was interesting here was that they connect, like, Cloud's hallucination, his, like, vision of the future, to essentially, like, nearness or proximity to the white materia in Aerith's hair. And a similar thing happens, I think, is what happens to Marlene, where she's also very close to Aerith, like physically. And I wonder if there's any kind of like leakage. Like, I wonder if that's the same thing. That she seems to see something, right? So when Aerith hugs, or when Marlene hugs Aerith, she reacts as though she's seen something. So similar kind of concept to what happened with Cloud. When a person comes in contact with Aerith, depending on the person's receptivity, a vision that transcends space-time may forcefully flow into them. During the scene, Aerith is trying to calm down Marlene, who's been anxiously cowering in seventh heaven, and makes contact with her while gripped by her own frantic feelings. At that moment, Marlene ends up seeing something she ought not to. As for what she sees, for now, we leave that up to the player's imagination. Let me move chat back over to my other window so I can see that. Marlene even gets the same screen shake. Oh, yeah. And she did something obviously similar, yeah, happens with Red as well. Which, like, Red 13 talks about, right? Like, Red 13 says, oh, I came into this knowledge when I came into contact with Aerith. Is there anything interesting here? Nothing there. Already read that. Read that. So this was kind of interesting. Now we're just getting into like new parts of the conversation, but there was this thing when I was reading the script of the scene. Do I have the actual script page here? Shoot, I might need to grab the scene also. She mentions the yellow flowers. Yeah, I think it's right here. No, not that one. Shoot, where is it? Oh, right here. So there was like yellow flower stuff that I thought was kind of interesting in the Ultimania. So first it says like, somehow, some way, I want to help you. I want to help all of you, the planet. For some reason, Cloud feels his chest constrict tightly. Tifa, Aerith, do you know something? Aerith makes a pained expression and shakes her head as if to say, I'm not sure. Right now, I'm like a lost little kid. The more I move, the more I go astray. Every time the whispers touch me, a piece of me falls away. Aerith is in an incredibly vulnerable place, like a delicate flower. She forces herself to smile. The yellow flowers, they were the signposts. And then they asked about that in this Q&A, where they said, we hear Aerith say the yellow flowers, they were the signposts. What is this remark referring to? The yellow flowers are a symbol representing various events and feelings that Aerith sees and later loses, starting from the time of her appearance in Sector 8. These could be the flowers that get trampled on by the people of Midgar. It could also be the flower Aerith gives to Cloud when they meet. It could also be the planet's future where flowers bloom. At any rate, Aerith is perplexed at how, like a flower being scattered, something inside is being taken away by the whispers and lost to her. I didn't really know, I still don't know exactly what to make of this 100%. I did find it interesting that, you know, the flowers, they were signposts, which is different from how it is in the localization, but this idea of like, potentially the flowers sort of like leading you to where things need to go, but it doesn't mean it's always like, it doesn't mean that it's this like all powerful, complete answer. And that's kind of symbolized by two things, right? Like first, the scene at the beginning of Remake where, let's do the intro. The very intro of Remake. It's like, this is a signpost to like guide you to where you need to go to. and it's so ominous that it gets stepped on. And it's like the thing to give you hope is, you know, not so safe in a way. And then obviously it's part of the, like the first reveal trailer of FF7 Remake, E3 2015. You see the flower.
In an age of that someday we would see them.
Classic. But it's like this, the trampled, you know, yellow flower and then the black feather. So every time we've seen this like potential symbol of hope, it's always coincided with something that makes you fearful of it, right? Like in terms of it getting trampled on, and so being a threat, or Sephiroth, you know, his feather showing up right beside it. It's somewhat hopeful, but always in danger in a way. But yes, let me just double check with chat if there's anything else before we move on. Aerith looks so pissed here when she looks up. Yeah, the yellow flower with blood in that first trailer. Yeah, this is the one. I don't know if there's blood necessarily, but just a reddish light. Yeah. Okay, perfect. So I think we covered a whole lot. I think that's a pretty good conversation on the Whispers. I don't know, chat. What do you think in terms of like at least trying to get it some sort of like head around the Whispers specifically? I know we had other conversations about the white materia, black materia, all that other stuff, but in terms of like covering the Whispers, I feel like it was helpful to go back through all of that and sort of get some of those confirmed things. Especially, you know, this was especially helpful for me in terms of like laying out this overall thing, right? They govern over fate, which the Ultimedia calls the original story of Final Fantasy VII. Tifa calls it capital D destiny. The Whispers have access to memories of the future. In the canon of FF7R, ever an event is accessible to the Whispers. The Whispers are linked to an OG concept, the Cries of the Planet, specifically describe the souls of those who lived and died. But these souls who lived and died in the canon of Remake seems to include all souls past and present, explaining the Advent Children Whispers and Omni Aerith. Whispers, likely past and future souls in the live stream, continue to protect the chain of events from the OG continuity from which they came. At the end of Remake, they can no longer act to maintain the OG continuity. And at the end of Remake, Sephiroth absorbs and controls some of the Whispers. Follow the yellow signposts, yellow flowers, yellow paint. Yeah, yellow paint. Yellow brick road. That's probably relevant to the new Wicked, which I haven't seen. I haven't seen anything Wicked related, but I know it's like that story. Why do I feel like multiple Sephiroths that have been shown have been multiple different intentions? At the end of Remake, Sephiroth's intention to kill isn't there when he spews 7 seconds. Craven, we can get into that actually. I have stuff for that as well. So there are a couple things related to that. First, let me just grab, I got to get a link for you in case you haven't seen it. We could talk about that real quick. You can open Discord. I probably have to update my Discord link as well. Let me grab this. Let me just update my Discord links for you all, because I'm sure it expired already. Oh no, it's the same one. Shit. Same one. But let me pop it in YouTube chat, by the way, so you all have that pinned. Join Discord. Welcome. And Place to pin message. Okay. So that's the Discord in case you want access to it. I'm going to grab this link from a friend of mine that has all the newly arisen mysteries, and one of them, the primary one, is about Sephiroth. So to your question, who is the Sephiroth that appears at the end? So you were asking that, Craven, of like the end Sephiroth seems different. Hey, cross out Bryce, what's up? Is the YouTube title correct? It should be. Yeah, what the fuck are the Whispers doing? We did a whole Whisper thing, in case you missed it, where the YouTube is the live YouTube is the correct one, right? Still showing us the Wednesday title? Oh, what the fuck? It's funny because this is the title it shows in my YouTube backend. Oh shit. It's showing like, what the fuck are the Whispers doing? Oh, what the hell? It's showing what the fuck are the Whispers doing? I don't know why it's not showing this. What the hell? How did it get changed? Oh, what the fuck? How did that get changed? Plus more. There's the score. Showing the old stuff too. Godly. All right. Is it correct now? Yes. So now the title is correct, even though it's 2 hours late. But yeah, so we talked a whole bunch about the Whispers. And now someone in chat asked about Sephiroth. Mother Luna thinks part 3 is the perfect place to be called Revolution. I mean, I'm still on the returns train. Yeah, Whispers are changing the video title. Yeah. So as who was it? Craven asked in chat, like, what's up with Sephiroth, the different Sephiroths and whatnot. So this was, so just like we had that Whisper explanation that we looked at 2 hours ago now, they had a whole thing around Sephiroth. So Sephiroth shows up in many scenes during this game. We can broadly define each of his appearances and divide them into 4 categories. A, illusions that are only visible to Cloud. B, black cloaked men with numeric tattoos appearing as Sephiroth. C, recollections of the past. And D, a Sephiroth who isn't a black cloaked man and can be seen by people other than Cloud. See table below. Among these, the true identity of the Sephiroth who appears at the end of this title, i.e. the 4th category, cannot be guessed even by those with knowledge of the original game. And I think that language specifically is very interesting. Just to beat it over the head, I'm going to pop this onto its own slide just to stare at it. Among these, the true identity of the Sephiroth who appears at the end of this title, i.e. the 4th category, cannot be guessed even by those with knowledge of the original game. So it's saying, like, look, even if you know the original game and you know Sephiroth from that original, you still don't know this dude. Like, you don't know the one at the end of at the very end of Remake. Even if you know the original story, you don't know that Sephiroth, which seems to imply it is a new form of him, like some new version of him that we have yet to encounter, which I think is another clue as to, you know, a Sephiroth that's like different from the one from the original game and the compilation. It's one that's seemingly like past all the moments that we know. Hi, what's up, Pod? Furthermore, it seems the first category of Sephiroths technically represents itself in 2 distinct patterns. One where the Sephiroth inside of Cloud calls out to him, the one where a Sephiroth of unknown origin calls out to him. I hadn't really caught this. I hadn't reread this ahead of this stream. But it's interesting that they talk about two different like patterns, distinct patterns. One where the Sephiroth inside of Cloud calls out to him. One where a Sephiroth of unknown origin calls out to him. And I think that's something that you talked about in your video, Steed, right? In terms of like that internal Sephiroth, the one that's like waiting Cloud. But they're distinguishing the one inside of him and the one from like some kind of unknown origin. Finally, the black-cloaked men appear as Sephiroth due to the hallucinogenic effects of the Jenova cells they carry. However, in the early stages of the story, it seems that Cloud is the only one to whom they look like Sephiroth. So here are the four that they identify, right? Like illusion, an illusory Sephiroth visible only to Cloud. Recollection, the historical Sephiroth. Black-cloaked men, so specifically like memories, like when he's talking about when you're walking along with Tifa and Barrett and Cloud has that vision. That's a moment of a recollection where he's like remembering Sephiroth describe himself as one of the Cetra. Black-cloaked men, so a black-cloaked man appearing as Sephiroth. Then the question mark being a being who isn't a black-cloaked man and is recognized as Sephiroth by people other than Cloud. And his only appearances are at the Midgar Expressway, Singularity of Fate, and the Edge of Creation. So all the appearances are this, right? So early on, we're getting an illusion. Then there's Stargazer Heights one is a black-cloaked man. Then there are more illusions and black-cloaked men. The first... And then, yeah, eventually you get to Midgar Expressway. The question mark one invites Cloud and his team to cross the barrier of destiny. Then the question mark one also battles Cloud and his team. Then the question mark one also, he calls on Cloud to defy fate together with him. Incidentally, Sephiroth refers to himself in this scene using the Japanese first-person pronoun ore, just like he did prior to meeting Jenova 5 years ago. Originally, he uses watashi. So it's again specifically calling out, even in the Ultimania itself, that the Sephiroth on the Edge of Creation refers to himself differently. He refers to himself the same way that he referred to himself prior to Jenova's influence on him in Nibelheim. I know it's kind of weird. It's like a Japanese specific like language difference that we don't have an equivalent to in English. I guess the closest you could say is like, imagine if like Sephiroth, after interacting with Jenova and like being influenced by Jenova, started talking about himself in the third person, right? It's like if he started referring to himself as Sephiroth, and then all the times we see him, he talks about himself in the third person. And then in the Edge of Creation, he suddenly is like saying I again. So he doesn't do that annoying thing. He just starts talking about himself as a normal person in a way. That's kind of the closest equivalent to what's happening in the Japanese. He's Sephiroth 2.0. Yes. Notorious. Exactly. He's Sephiroth 2.0, who has already persisted through the entire cycle of the live stream. That's how I'm seeing it. This links with Nomura's new concept art for Safer Sephiroth and his statement that he can't reveal why it's different from the one depicted in the original. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, Ore is a more masculine way to refer to oneself. What version when Cloud falls from the plate? When Cloud falls from the plate, let's see. Church. Illusion. He appears in Cloud's consciousness and calls out to him, I am your master. So it's referred to as illusory Sephiroth, visible only to Cloud. I always assumed during the Edge of Creation is one Sephiroth who's fighting against Jenova with asking for Cloud's help. Yeah, that's kind of the primary theory that's out there right now. Is that this mystery Sephiroth, the question mark Sephiroth, is one that isn't completely controlled by Jenova. And specifically to your point, Craven, it says he calls on Cloud to defy fate together with him. Incidentally, Sephiroth refers to himself in the scene using the Japanese first-person pronoun ore, just like he did prior to meeting Jenova 5 years ago. So it's exactly what you're saying in terms of seemingly being Sephiroth that wasn't, it's a version of himself that isn't simply controlled or heavily influenced by Jenova. And they really doubled down on that in the Ever Crisis scene. Ever Crisis. Episode 1. Where at the end of this story, like this is clearly like Soldier Sephiroth, who's like, this is prior to Nibelheim. The whole thing is part of his plot to not lose like last time, yeah. Thank you so much, Neo, for subscribing. And he has a, weirdly enough, a Jenova or that kind of interference. And then he remembers what happens with Rosen. Like he doesn't want people to die. But then he basically begged by this dude to kill him. And like Sephiroth relents, essentially. Ben in chat is like, this is the version discussed in On the Way to a Smile of the discarded memories, which is fleshed out in the first Soldier Ever Crisis. The one Cloud sees and only sees is the AC version, yeah. That's interesting, Notorious, yeah. And so then it links to this Sephiroth from Edge of Creation, right? So it directly connects this Sephiroth from before Jenova's influence to the Sephiroth at the Edge of Creation. So it's seemingly a Sephiroth that isn't as influenced by Jenova. It's more of like the real Sephiroth. All that said, there's a great chat about the Whisper. So let me take a bathroom break real quick, and then we'll come back and we'll check out Wick's video. If Wick, I don't know if you're still in chat. But he has a very fun video. I think mostly about Zack. I haven't seen it beyond the first couple minutes, and it is really funny. The interesting of it, the beginning of it is very funny. The first half of my video basically pitches some answers to whispers and on the Aerith we talked about here, so it kind of fits perfectly. Great. So perfect chance. I'm excited for this video. I haven't seen it. A lot of people have it. A lot of people haven't seen this video yet, so I'm excited to share it and watch it myself. We saw Wick's first video. SubTXT love the community you have, plus I'm open to questions and theories. Yeah, that's what I'm here for. Thank you so much for hanging out. All right, let me just find my BRB because I really need to use the bathroom.
Okay. Let me get this video pulled up. Thank you so much, Wick, for the gift subs. A few of them. Oh my goodness. What is this, 10 gift subs? Thank you so much for the 10 gift subs, Wick. All right, so this is, let me flip back. Let's actually make this full screen, like actual full screen. So this is a video from, oh, let me grab the link also. Video we're watching. So this is a video by Wick called The Wildest Theory and Analysis of Worlds in FF7 Rebirth. It is also, you can see this real quick. Shoot, thumbnail. This is what the thumbnail looks like. Just can get a good look at it. The truth hidden between worlds. Why FF7 Rebirth worlds exist. Let's get into it. I'm also making lunch, so I'll eat that while we watch. But
have you or your loved one ever felt compelled to go
thank
somewhere
you so much,
but didn't know
JS.
why or where? Having a serious case of the Midgar blues? Perhaps you're seeing strange places in your dreams.
This is very funny. This is the only part of the video that I have seen, and I was like, oh shit, this is fun. Screen cropped? What do you mean screen cropped? It should be full. It's full. Yeah. Obviously, I have myself over it a little bit. I could do this, though. I can take up a little less space.
Have you or your loved one ever felt compelled to go somewhere but didn't know why or where? Having a serious case of the Midgar blues? Perhaps you're seeing strange places in your dreams. If so, call 1-800-NIBEL and reserve your spot at the Nibelheim Recovery Center. We have the best specialists to help you in our well-equipped and recently renovated facilities.
I love this intro.
Look at this. It's brand new.
Our medicine is out of this world and will get you up and running in no time. As a resident, you'll enjoy plenty of that crisp Mount Nebel air. You'll even have time to focus on your hobbies. So don't hesitate and call 1-800-NIBEL today. The Nibelheim Recovery Center. Get away from the stress of the big city, because nothing bad ever happens in Nibelheim.
So before we continue, first of all, like really funny. So like take the Jenova stuff, like the Hojo holding the Jenova cells as like a thing. What was I gonna say? Shit. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, that the like our brand new facilities, and then like Aerith talking about like how brand new it all is. To Craven's point in chat though, I want to direct you to. Oh shit! I have to go back. Anyway, I did a live stream a couple weeks back. I think it was this one. I'm feeling it was an OG. I play original FF7 on Wednesdays, if you don't know. And in this video, we did reach Rocket Town, and there is a specific. So in terms of like your comment about like Sid's change is a bummer, there's a whole lot of like conversation in comparison to Rebirth Sid, and like how that all might play out. So
one of the big topics is like meeting Sid and comparing to Rebirth Sid, and then also predicting how part 3 handles Shira and Sid. So we talked all about Sid and some of the things in the original that I think Rebirth may have been tapping into. That wasn't, you know, we all have our first impression of Sid, which is a strong one. But I think there's potentially more to that character than him just being, you know, the sort of like angry dude that he is. But this video, just go to this live stream here in the live tab on my page. This one called Nibelheim's New Secrets. This video has a bunch of Sid chatter, so you can check that out. But let me also go back to the video.
Nibel today. The Nibelheim
And let me grab my food real quick. 1 second. I've not eaten yet today. No breakfast, no nothing. So I need to have lunch midway through.
Recovery Center. Get away from the stress of the big city, because nothing bad ever happens in Nibelheim.
I know, I do miss Red's wise voice. I do miss his deep voice for sure.
Hello.
Pretty much the same as you, Craven. Like, I talked about it before. Like, the short of it is I understand giving him a younger voice. I talked about, like, even myself, I have a deep voice, and my voice at 16 was pretty deep. I used to, like, pretend to be my dad on the phone because my voice is so deep. So, like, even if he were to do a younger voice, I would have hoped that it was closer to his, like, deeper voice. And in general, I like his deep voice better. But I understand the younger voice. I just prefer the sound of the deeper voice, but...
Hello, you've reached the Nibelheim Recovery Center. Can I take your name?
Cloud Strife.
How can I help you, Mr. Strife?
Sometimes, I don't even know who I am. I forget things everyone else remembers just fine.
That sounds serious, sir.
It's like there's different people inside of me.
Are you experiencing any other symptoms?
Yeah. Got sent to another world. Apparently, there's at least a few more than one.
I see.
Oh, man.
Don't worry, our resident experts will walk you
Cloud
through.
symptoms are rough.
I have to warn you, Mr. Strife. I will be making some predictions about Part 3, so if you can't handle that, please do hang up the phone. Now,
This is
let's
so
review
funny.
what's been really going on. See, your friend Zack had a bit of a scuffle with Shinra troops just outside of Midgar. It wasn't looking so good for him, but to everyone's surprise, he survived. But wait, what in the Marvel universe is this? A different dog? Okay, so he might actually be in a different world than our party? With like 1 HP left, he managed to drag your comatose ass back to Midgar, where he also found a comatose Aerith, and decided to move in with her mother, Elmira. The sky is a little creepy here, and since this is Final Fantasy VII, this might also be some sort of an afterlife. Oh look, Marlene is here too. Wait, is Marlene freaking dead? Never mind, Kyrie is here too, and she's just as annoying as she is in the Beagle world. Thanks for the heart attack, developers. I'm not as confident about little Marlene's schooling money though.
I'm gonna need a raise.
Consider it done.
By the way, the Terrier Aerith seems to have
A raise.
So yes, like people think, no, Marlene's not dead. Marlene's not dead. But people have thought, oh, it's a Terrier world, just a bunch of dead people who don't know they're dead. Like, is it essentially the same thing as like God, what's the word, chat, for the place in between like heaven and hell? Why am I like blanking? Purgatory. People are like, is it essentially purgatory? But no, because like even Kyrie, who we see in our world and in Zack's world, is basically like alternates or like copies, weirdly enough, of characters exist in both worlds.
I'm not as
Or, like, in all
confident about
worlds.
little Marlene's schooling money, though.
I'm gonna need a raise.
Consider it done.
By the way, the Terrier Aerith seems to have a working white materia. Perhaps she didn't have to spend it to purify the Singularity Portal, unlike Beagle Aerith at the end of Remake? If only someone could explain what is going on here.
Why are you asking me such things?
Yeah, he doesn't know anything. We do get an explanation from...
That's
If only
perfect.
someone could explain what is going on here.
Why are you asking me such things?
Yeah, he doesn't know anything.
Also, let me... How's the volume for you guys? I kind of want to like boost it a little bit.
We do get an explanation from this handsome gentleman, whose hair is long and gray. He's saying that there's a lot of these worlds out there, and the planet is just constantly popping
I just boosted a little bit, but if it's too loud, let me know, chat. I just may have my headphone volume is pretty low. That might be part of it, actually. Yeah, let me boost my headphone volume.
them out, like
Oh, that's pretty fucking loud. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think I need to do that. Put it back to 100.
little farts you get after eating a burrito. But just like farts, these worlds fade. Eventually, they return to the flow of the live stream, which is a big river of memories, hopes, and dreams that makes up reality and everyone in it. Slight gray explanation from this handsome gentleman, whose hair is long and gray. He's saying that there's a lot of these worlds out there, and the planet is just constantly popping them out, like little farts you get after eating a burrito. But just like farts, these worlds fade. Eventually, they return to the flow of the live stream, which is a big river of memories, hopes, and dreams that makes up reality and everyone in it. In case you weren't paying attention to Bugenhagen because he was mean to Tifa, let me remind you that when something dies, all their memories and essence dissolve into the live stream, to allow new life to flourish somewhere else on the planet. According to Silver Fox here, new worlds are created when boundaries of fate are breached. But what if the planet ate a really bad burrito? If the worlds are full of misery and people having a really bad time, the livestream energy could become corrupted by recycling all of those bad vibes. And Silver Fox here is really into it for some reason. Look at him turn this nice green livestream into dark one in order to, according to the livestream, to allow new life to flourish somewhere else on the
I just need to take that one in another time.
planet. According to Silver Fox here, new worlds are created when boundaries of fate are breached. But what if the planet ate a really bad burrito? If the worlds are full of misery and people having a really bad time, the livestream energy could become corrupted by recycling all of those bad vibes.
Yeah.
And Silver Fox here is really into it for some reason. Look at him turn this nice green livestream into dark one in order to do more evil deeds. Why is he doing this? Maybe he wants to use this energy to hang out for eternity like the Gi, but maybe he should have paid them a visit first because their life kinda sucks. What's interesting though is that he's saying this is how reality works, which means it could include the Beagle world as well. So let's have a think. If these worlds are constantly unfolding and branching, maybe there's a main flow of the livestream that powers the Beagle world, and sometimes it branches into these small worlds, but these branches are effectively dead ends because there's not enough energy to keep them going. And maybe that's why the reactors in those worlds have no Mako. And the burning rift in the sky is showing us that the end is nigh. That doesn't really explain why Marlene and Elmira seem to exist in multiple worlds, but we'll get to that one later. See, I don't think Silver Fox was telling us the whole truth, because what if the planet was
And related to that, There was this image. We talked about this a while back, but where is it? I thought I saved it here. Shit. Yeah. There's this also related to like the streams that you were talking about. Form. Oh, why is it not showing? It's weird. Dude, what? Wait, what the easier way to do it is this way. Hold on. Ah. Oh my god, why is it like... Stop it. This is how the live stream was shown in the Ultimania, the remake Ultimania. Then in the Rebirth Ultimania, it showed it like this. So you can see these like they kind of like split off and they branch. We talked about this a couple streams ago, but here it's like one continuous sort of like thing. And then here it's like more, they branch off a little bit. And it doesn't show any of them cutting short necessarily. I mean, maybe right here you can kind of see one of those, but it sort of like implies a similar thing to what this video just talked about.
These alternative worlds. That doesn't really explain why Marlene and Elmira seem to exist in multiple worlds, but we'll get to that one later. See, I don't think Silver Fox was telling us the whole truth, because what if the planet was always creating these alternative worlds? They could have been a natural side effect of how the livestream works. He even suggested himself that they were used to hide things like the black materia,
which grants access to the true counterpart hidden between worlds.
Some theories suggest that the Cetra could have also used them to keep parts of Jenova separated to prevent a reunion of Jenova cells taking place. I very much like that idea. Further credence is given to this if you look at how we fight the same body of his Bizarro form across multiple worlds during the final gauntlet.
Call me crazy, but it feels like someone's helping us.
However, here's another possibility. Maybe these worlds had an additional purpose before. As I've mentioned earlier, maybe it was some sort of an afterlife. This idea is hard to buy if you actually walk around in these worlds and realize that everyone is sad and depressed. However, we've only started looking into these worlds after Silver Fox started messing with reality. So maybe when you die, if you have some unresolved hopes and dreams, if they are really powerful, your spirit could be in one of those worlds before ultimately having to return to the planet and dissolve in the livestream. Just like what that Cosmo NPC was talking about, you know, the one you've missed but everyone knows about by now, with her parents living in another plane of existence. Maybe that's what happened with Elmira's husband. See, Little Aerith told her that he tried reaching Elmira, but didn't make it in time, before having to return to the planet.
Oh.
At the end of the Yuffie DLC, we see...
That's an interesting potential way to connect that thing, which was always in the original, with that idea that he tried to get to her, but he couldn't get to her in time, because he had to return to the planet. That's kind of an interesting interpretation of that.
Zack in front of the church. Maybe, under normal conditions, he'd be able to meet Aerith there. But Silver Fox really doesn't like our flower girl, and he's been hunting her down in every world. That means no date night for Zack.
Come on, man.
But people occupying these worlds are not thrilled about this either. Did you notice how I got all the way up to this point without actually saying Sephiroth?
Oh, yay!
Now, these branching worlds could get out of control, so to maintain
7-Eleven? Yeah. So 7 minutes you made it. Almost? Hey, was that intentional? 7 minutes, FF7?
Did you notice how I got all the way up to this point without actually saying Sephiroth?
Oh, yay!
Now, these branching worlds could
That was a very clever way to do the like thing. I've already liked it, but that was a very clever way to do it.
get out of control. So to maintain some kind of order in the flow of the livestream, the planet would need to make sure that nothing can disrupt it. And that is where whispers come in. Have you ever wondered what these things actually are? Aerith explains
I think the music really fits the vibe of this video though. Like it's very lighthearted. It's still digging into like, you know, big stuff, but it's like very accessible, approachable, very casual.
at the end of Remake that they're voices of the planet, of those who died. Some clever fans noticed that they kind of look like the Cetran warriors from the Temple of the Ancients. I know what you're thinking, this is some grade A tinfoil hat I'm wearing, but hear me out. The Cetra don't have to return disrupted,
back a little bit.
and that is where whispers come in. Have you ever wondered what these things actually are? Aerith explains.
Sorry. It just did the thing where it updated my Discord link in the middle of stream. So I have to update that. Somebody mentioning Discord reminded me of that.
Planet.
Ah, shit. There we go.
It would need to make sure that nothing can disrupt it. And that is where whispers come in. Have you ever wondered what these things actually are? Aerith explains at the end of Remake that they're voices of the planet, of those who died. Some clever fans noticed that they kind of look like the Cetran warriors from the Temple of the Ancients. I know what you're thinking, this is some grade A tinfoil hat I'm wearing, but
Yeah, this is very much the baby seal theory. And I think it does make a lot of sense. I do wonder if there are like other souls that could be involved also. As we talked about earlier, but
hear me out. The Cetra don't have to return to the planet.
that's a big reason why it does work. Yeah.
We know this from Nojima's novels, so I'd say it is possible. With Jenova around, they probably couldn't dissolve into the livestream and instead either protected a destiny that kept Jenova in check or were themselves influenced by Jenova, as explained in this awesome 3-hour video. But if you've been cooking in the livestream for centuries, you're going to end up with a few wrinkles. To learn more about whispers, we need to go back to Cosmo Canyon and talk to a certain someone. Yeah, we're not here for him, because the developers put all the juicy lore into random NPCs and a conversation that contributes to the Barrett date at the Gold Saucer.
I had the pleasure of talking to a mentor. Said it was presumptuous of me to think I could save the planet. She decides her own fate, you see.
Well, yeah, Barrett should have realized that the planet is deciding its own fate, making sure that key events throughout the worlds don't change, that nothing happens to any key characters like him.
Maybe you'll learn something.
These whispers have a copy of OG and Advent Children and ensure that everything stays on track. Unless someone were stupid enough to disrupt this mechanism.
Gone again, fully wrapped at the happy turtle!
Get ready.
Cloud.
Oh my god.
Shit. So now, because you've erased their last copy of Advent Children, they don't know what
So
to do.
good,
But
Jelly.
here comes Sephiroth with an idea for a new fate for the planet. And some of these whispers are on board with this. The rest
Okay, he's hot.
who still care about the cycle of life and resisting him
He's wrong. Udon is empty cards. Empty carbs.
team up with the last Cetra. And if you think that this is crazy, what if I told you that there is precedent for this in the game, in the form of Queen's Blood? That's right. This side quest tells a story of the Shadow Blood Queen, who is likely a Cetra queen under the influence of Jenova, and turned her followers to the dark side. The image of the Shadow Blood Queen is even visible inside the Temple of the Ancients, where we learn more about Jenova. Instead of explaining this concept directly, the devs decided to hide it inside a minigame. This would explain why at least some of these Cetron warriors were doing Jenova's bidding, but with Jenova's influence diminished, they are now up for grabs. It would also explain why the Harbinger of Fate at the end of Remake has a purple element to it, typically associated with Jenova. You see, Sephiroth got tired of being in the passenger seat. He goaded you into defeating Jenova's will, so that he can be at the steering wheel of destiny.
Exactly. Exactly what we were just talking about in our big whisper conversation. We could just watch this video, probably.
Aerith probably knew this as well, but she's a bit of a wild one. So now that the teams are set, those whispers duke it out inside the livestream, but also try to influence our party.
Final round.
I love the editing of this video, by the way. Like, I knew it from like the second I started the video. I'm very curious what your YouTube analytics look like for like watch time, like how people stuck along the video. Because like straight from the beginning of this video, you start with that very funny thing about the Nebel facility that like can help people. So it sets a tone that you've carried throughout the rest of the video. This is very fun.
Fight.
You know the title of the video? Or this video, Roland? Because I posted it earlier. It seems like you might be asking another video, but in case people aren't, or just curious. There you go.
For example, by leading Cloud into the reactor so that he attacks Tifa.
Whispers, though not as we know them.
Come. It's time.
Cloud! Stop! That's enough!
Tifa, you can't be. But I'm no fool.
Or
Oh,
with White
okay, wrong.
Whispers successfully protecting Tifa in the livestream.
Fight.
What I'm really jealous of with this video is, sorry to interrupt the jams, but I always like wish I could find a way or reason to have some of the more fun tracks in my videos, but like my videos are kind of a little more on the serious side. So this is amazing. I'm like very jealous of the tone of this video.
Tifa? Spirit!
Coming!
Tifa!
You win.
And I know there are some time-traveling shenanigans going on in this story too, but the events that are unfolding right now have consequences. As Aerith said,
What we've done, what's been done to us, that's set in stone. The past is forever.
We can deduct from this that A. Current events do matter, and B. Square Enix won't be remaking this game for a second time. But look, if our Flower Girls now have consequences. As Aerith said,
what we've done, what's been done to us, that's set in stone. The past is forever.
We can deduct from this that A. Current events do matter, and B. Square Enix won't be remaking this game for a second time. But look, if our Flower Girl says this, I take it.
Wait another 20 years. We might get another remake that remakes the remakes.
Seriously. So let's go with the flow. This is probably a good time to talk about your girlfriend, Mr. Strife. Not this one. Not this one either. I meant your future girlfriend.
My future self. Can't say when you'll meet, but trust me, you'll love her.
Oh, but will you love her, Mr. Strife?
Why are you acting so weird?
See, future Aerith has a whole new to-do list that's a little different than the one she had in the past. Let's quickly recap where we
The editing of this, man, that's funny. Fix the Lulu boyfriend.
First, during the dream date. Then, in the sleeping forest. During the fight with Sephiroth. And
first of all, you're wrong, though. The canon girlfriend is, as Sephiroth mentioned, Rhonda. Rhonda and Cloud are the true ship. I'm sticking by that. I'm Klonda pilled, baby.
And she briefly possesses our Aerith right before the Demon Wall. So, looking chronologically, before the Demon Wall fight, Aerith approaches an apparition of Sephiroth.
Sephiroth is the canon girlfriend, yeah. Aluminum. Welcome.
To confront him.
I believe in the multiple girlfriends theory. Yeah, me too.
About his retirement plans.
The black materia shall summon the destroyer of worlds. All life shall perish.
I, son of Jenova, will
it's like Jenova's car keys.
My birthright. My dominion shall reach
hang out forever.
My fragmented mother. These errant worlds, all shall be one again.
The reunion.
Forever.
A weird green glow
Eternal barbecue
says,
with the ghee.
There's no such thing as forever.
Did you catch that weird echo? Let me switch up the music, but listen really closely this time.
All made whole. Forever.
There's no such thing as forever.
See, that's future Aerith dialing up the livestream internet like it's 1997. Now, let's talk about that date. So, you've hit your head from a fall after the events at the temple, and your consciousness was moved to a comatose version of yourself in another world. Or into a shell, perhaps, as Nojima would put it. Future Girl tells us,
we could call it a homecoming. Or homeward bound, maybe?
Well, that sounds awfully familiar.
This is but a homecoming.
But it does sound less creepy when she says it. And then she says that it's...
my dream, to be precise.
What the hell are you...
Shh. You could take this many different ways. By homeward bound, she's surely referring to this rift, which probably means that this world will fade soon and return to the livestream. But what could Aerith's dream be? Did she create this world? Sephiroth says...
So this is where you've been hiding, in a world that has accepted its fate.
See, he's not saying that she's been hiding inside her dream or anything. So I'm thinking, this world is just here, and she is just visiting it. So her dream? Is it a date with you, Cloud? For sure, she really likes you, but Aerith is not a selfish person.
All I want is one thing, to keep the others safe.
What if her dream is what we see in this world? The souls of Gaia, making the most of their final moments. Her dream is for people to accept death being an inevitable part of the cycle of life.
Oh, fuck. It's kind of interesting. Because, yeah, they all are very accepting of death. Which is also the opposite of, like, Sephiroth, right? Like, Sephiroth is, if anything, in complete denial of himself dying, seemingly death in general too.
Accepting that something needs to end for something new to begin.
Well, I mean, he is down with Homecoming, right? Like he talks about like it's all fine, it's everything returns to where it should be. But this is interesting. It is interesting that this dream where people are accepting of things, they're not super depressed. And like how that potentially relates to what I talk about in my video, right? In terms of like acceptance being a big part of part 3.
It's something you, Mr. Strife, are not comfortable talking about, so she's showing it to you instead. She's not that bothered with being homeward bound because this is just the nature of life. By the way, how sus are these NPCs, right? It's like the developers themselves are trying to tell us something.
Yeah, we talked about this on stream, yeah.
That one.
Ah, I'm so sorry. I meant everything but that one.
It's like, is it everything that's on the table or is it something else? Yeah.
Tell you what, I've got something else I think you'll love. Come on, man.
You know, that's actually pretty neat. Perfect.
Not a
even.
dumbass.
You kidding me?
Though these aren't the only treats I've got, you know. How about my latest creation?
Really? Let's try it.
Sure.
Dilly dally, shilly shally.
Figured I'd pull out all the stops for my last hurrah. Guess I pulled out one too many.
No, it just needs a little sugar, maybe.
Yeah, and take out whatever's making my tongue tingle.
It sounds to me like I need to start over. If only we all had more time, am I right?
Yeah, oh my God. Yeah. We talked about this on stream. I talked about that exact metaphor on stream when we played through chapter 14. This is such a nice way to do it. You know, like we thought we knew everything that was on the table in front of us, but they're going to give us something we didn't quite expect. And then, yeah, like the meta commentary potentially on Advent Children in terms of it being like, we all wanted it. We all wanted that extra bit of FF7, but I think most people walked away from Advent Children like feeling a little bit of like that bittersweet. Like it does have a good ending to it, right? Like Cloud smiles, seemingly comes to accept everything, but it's such a depressing. The tone of it is so depressing, and that's realistic to some extent, right? Like when you're grieving over people, you know, Zack, Aerith, all the people who died in Remake, like you're not like instantly forever over your grief, right? Like you do think about that stuff, but it's just so overwhelming throughout Advent Children. I think a lot of us walked away feeling a bit of that, like this wish it was a little bit sweeter, you know?
But I digress. What does Future Girl know that we don't?
Whatever happens, don't blame yourself.
She seems extra concerned about you and even tells you that she'll take care of Sephiroth.
Yes.
Forget about him for now. Just focus on yourself, okay? Leave Sephiroth to me. I can handle him.
Is she our Aerith, but from the future? OG Aerith from 1997? Was she giving Aerith future memories in a remake? It's hard to say for sure, but some roles seem to apply to Aerith too, which is why she asked you to smuggle the white materia. So I don't think we've seen this omnipresent version at the very end of the game, as I tried highlighting in my previous video. Her repeating a quote from Remake could be used as an argument that this is an imitation made by Jenova, but it could also be a hint that this is the Aerith that we've interacted with since Remake. And this is in contrast to an Aerith we've seen in the Dream Date. yeah, I know it's a weird discrepancy that Future Girl is telling you not to worry about Sephiroth, but we literally juggle his ass together like 50 minutes later into this video game, so deal with it.
You ready? Let's finish this.
Also, she did say focus on yourself for now. Okay, I'm done. It could be that after our Aerith said goodbye, she went straight to Square Enix's head office in Japan, found a PlayStation 6 dev kit, and played an alpha build of Part 3. She's seen...
You don't need a PS6 dev kit for that, by the way. It'll definitely be PS5. This is funny.
how poorly you're doing, Cloud, and Alpha Square Enix's...
Did I miss something?
...video game, so deal with a weird discuss to an Aerith. Future Girl, like 50...
Ready?
What dictionary definition of rejoin? Was it in the video? Did I miss it?
It could be that after our Aerith said goodbye, she went straight to Square Enix's head office in Japan, found a PlayStation 6 dev kit, and played an alpha build of Part 3. She's seen how poorly you're doing, Cloud, and now she's very worried. So she had to dial up back in time using the livestream internet. But I guess we'll find out what...
He said... He's saying to look it up. Was it related to this video? Did it say rejoin at some point? Yeah, the custom Valkyrie theme is great.
What she saw in Part 3.
I'll look it up later. It's just like, it's just like, you just spun me off into something else, Rollin.
In terms of the Bronco Aerith, I think she's trying to show you that she's accepted what happened at the end of the game, and that you shouldn't be consumed by anger and grief like Sephiroth. She literally told everyone to move on right after they relived their worst traumas. Your trial, Mr. Strive, was at the Forgotten Capital. So, yeah. This scene alone could be interpreted as Jenova pushing you along, but think about it.
Please look at what, Craven?
Jenova's MO is not just creating illusions, but also falsifying and suppressing memories.
So, you know Tifa, right?
Oh. On Twitch, I don't know if you have a Twitch, but I'm pretty sure links can go through on Twitch for sure.
Also falsifying and suppressing memories.
So, you know Tifa, right?
Yeah. In case people haven't read that, I can actually pull this up. Translated scripts. Right here. Quick side quests. But here, An amused-looking Tifa is surrounded by young boys. Cloud leaves his home and heads for the bridge at the entrance of the village, catching out of the corner of his eye the four cheerful-looking children hanging out in front of Tifa's house. It's not like he has anything in particular to take care of. Where does it say that it's like in the Q&A? During the scene in Mako Reactor 1 where Cloud recalls what he saw in Nibelheim, he chose to use the song Anxiety, False Memories, as the track's title suggests. Is this recollection a memory? Well, it's kind of hard for you guys to see this. is his recollection of memory that's been fabricated for some reason or another. Cloud suffers from lingering experimental after effects that not even he is aware of. These crop up at various points throughout the story in the form of psychic interference or hallucinations. The memory of his hometown that he recalls on Mako Reactor 1 has also been given shape by his own suffering and anxious heart. Is presented in such a way that one can't tell to what extent this is a real memory, a fabricated recollection, or a fantasy Cloud himself wishes had happened. And then you learn in the live stream sequence in the original that he would always walk by and want, Tifa and her crew to sort of like acknowledge him and call out to him and whatnot, but they weren't that tight. So presumably they're still going to get to that in part 3, where we sort of like see the truth of like how they were when they were kids. And that this is in a lot of ways like what Cloud wished was reality.
Are you ignoring me?
Jenova erased your memory by the lake, then called you to the reunion before the tiny Bronco. I don't think you needed any more convincing to head north at this point, did you?
Hello in there.
Oh, it's been a while since we checked in on your buddy Zack. However, things are about to get a little crazy from here, so let's take a little break. Do you live in Midgar? Are you sick and tired of that X-smell in your tap water?
Perfect stretch break, yeah.
Absolutely nuts? Go now to sector7waterfilters.com and get your filter fitted today. We'll send out a specialist within 24 hours and you can pay us later.
My associate handles payment disputes.
Pretty please.
Sorry, this is what Craven just posted in chat.
I'll see you off.
Alright, listen. I want you to have an open mind, okay? What really sold it? Slow turn. Slight smile. Does that not remind you of someone?
Huh. Yeah, I've heard that comparison. The slow turn, I never thought about. I never thought about the slow turn part. The smile, I kind of did catch. Yeah, I never thought. Damn it. Where are we? Oh, here we go.
Sector7waterfilters.com, making tap water cleaner than the rivers of Gongaga.
The world's ending.
Yeah, I do think it's possible that the water one could be a manipulation, the Jenova thing. At the end, at the plane, I'm still not 100% sure. We talked about it a lot in my finale stream, but yeah.
I received a letter saying my husband had been killed in action.
Lost hero.
This is so messed up. Elmira?
Zack, right?
You threw in a Zelmira ad?
I'd be a wreck.
I mean, who says it's gotta be one way?
Make sure that you're back by dinner.
Gotta find Elmira.
Has the Zelmira Twitter account seen this?
I'm back.
Are you behind the Zelmira Twitter account? Oh, fuck.
Special treat for everyone.
Hold on to your butts! Oh, fuck! Don't be a movie. Don't be a movie. Oh, my fucking God! It's happening!
So funny. fucking stupid.
Even though you can effectively switch him off in New Game Plus, I think Zack has a crucial role in the Trilogy.
So funny.
Zack hangs out at Elmira's house and takes care of your comatose body. Look at that massive bowl of water he's carrying. You think it's just to wash your face? This man is a true hero. However, Marlene is bummed out, so he goes out to look for Biggs. He eventually finds him and the two start chatting. Biggs acts like he knows the remake version of Cloud. Zack is confused, as he's just finished playing Crisis Core, but he skipped the final cutscene. Weird, right?
He's not from this world. Oh shit, bro.
That's what I thought. But as we explained earlier, the Terrier world must have branched from Beagle at the end of Remake.
I don't think I ever saw that Zack part, part of Max's playthrough. There's a whole bunch of Max's playthrough that I've never seen because it was like so long because he did so much side content that I didn't watch his whole playthrough.
Judging by the state of Midgar and
this video is great,
media in both worlds.
Of course, this is only the most recent in a series of crises. Multiple reactor bombings, followed by the fall of the Sector 7 plate, culminating in this unprecedented destruction.
You can see how it matches.
Caused by a massive tornado which swept through Sectors 0, 1, and 2.
So, how and why were Zack and Biggs transported here?
My ass is engaged. 2 cheeks.
From their recollections, it sounds like they're describing the last moments before their deaths. But with the help of some grey whispers, they survive. This, I think, is a bit of an illusion. What I think might have happened is that they were reborn in this new Terrier world. Think of it this way. Their recollections, which would exist as memories in the livestream, describe moments before their deaths. They don't have any memories in between because they weren't around to witness the events. That's why their sense of time is also busted.
Hold on.
With the help of...
I need to like rewind a little bit just because like I was distracted. I'll literally tell you what was in my head. I was like, man, because part of watching Max's stream for his playthrough for Remake, like so much of the Remake experience for me was like watching Max's playthrough, which I'm sure is similar for a lot of you guys. Like it was back during the pandemic and I was still working, which is great. You know, I still had my job and everything, but it was a lot slower. Like everyone was it was just a period of time. Like we just had got sat in home. Right. So it was very much like we were working, but everyone was kind of taking it a little bit easy, mental health was very like top of mind. It was like, you know, enjoy your time. Like don't stress out unless you really need to. Work took a little bit of a back burner for a lot of people. You know, we did stuff when we had to, but we just weren't totally on. So I just remember I would be playing, I would actually be gaming a lot during sort of those hours. And so I'd play Remake throughout like in the day, and I took some time off too, but I would play throughout the day. I'll play like, you know, hours and hours, like 9 hours, who knows. And then Max would come on around like midnight my time, and then I would watch him play most of his stream, and then like I would go to sleep and catch up for the rest of it the next day. But usually he would play what I had just played, and so I would see his reaction to all the things that I just experienced. So I was very much like having my own playthrough with his playthrough. And I didn't have that experience with Rebirth as much because I was playing through it, and you know, there's a lot of side content. But I was just thinking about, man, I kind of want to watch his playthrough now of Rebirth. But anyway,
so
I was literally thinking about like, oh, should I set aside from some of my actual TV time to like actually watch Max's Rebirth playthrough?
It's like they're describing the last moments before their deaths, but with the help of some grey whispers, they survive. This, I think, is a bit of an illusion. What I think might have happened is that they were reborn in this new Terrier world. Think of it this way. Their recollections, which would exist as memories in the livestream, describe moments before their deaths. They don't have any memories in between because they weren't around to witness the events. That's why their sense of time is also.
I don't know about that though. I don't know about this idea because Biggs clearly has, I mean, you might address this issue that I'm about to point out, but Biggs has memories of meeting Cloud. Like it's not like specific, right? Like he forgets like some details, but he remembers Cloud as a person. Like he knows of Cloud, like he can describe Cloud, that he's a mercenary. Like he has all the like core details of like who Cloud is. So he has those memories. He does say that he's sort of like mixed up on like when he met Cloud exactly, but he definitely talks about Cloud from Remake.
Busted. Their rebirth is symbolized by Biggs waking up in a bed at the orphanage and Zack waking up in a fetal position in his hideout, after previously being completely removed from the confrontation with the Shinra troops. So far so good. They are not around in Beagle, so there are no contradictions for their existence. Tifa, Barrett, and Red are presumed dead in Interior, but Marlene and Elmira also exist in Beagle. Marlene seemingly has the same memories she would have in Beagle.
It's also like such a clear trade-off with like Terrier, right? Like in some ways, because like in this world, I don't even know if they're dead, right? Like they could be alive, they're just knocked out. But even if they were dead, it's like it's a timeline then where Zack may have lived, but everyone else fucking died. And so like you wouldn't want that world either. It's very interesting.
Dead Interior. But Marlene and Elmira also exist in Beagle. Marlene seemingly has the same memories she would have in Beagle.
Yeah.
No.
Wait. This.
So that's another point, like she retains her memories from Beagle in Terrier World. I mean, granted, you're not saying that you didn't say that Marlene died and was reborn, but
Marlene is also the one.
Please?
This Marlene's the one from our timeline.
You gotta find a grindy game while watching all these FF7 content creators. That's partly why I have 15 maxed out arithmeticians and tactics. That's insane, Ectocanon. 15 maxed out arithmeticians? Holy shit.
So, is it some kind of a copy?
I mean, what I've been doing a lot of my free time too, like I watch some TV too, but like I've been replaying Expedition 33. I just finished Act 1 because I'm working on that video, but
Things get even more insane when Zack starts splitting the worlds in two by defying fate with his dream of saving everyone. This is represented by a rainbow effect appearing as it happens, an effect similar to one we know from the refraction of light through a prism.
You might get into it also in this video, but the other thing, because you said like, what if they died in Beagle, were reborn in Terrier? But it's not that characters are required to die in one world to appear in the other, right? Like, because we see other Zacks in other worlds, but the Terrier one still lived on. Anyway, I'm getting caught up on a detail. We talked about this, yeah, the rainbow and the prism.
Taking a beam of light and splitting it into its components. Note that the same rainbow effect is also visible at the Forgotten Capital when Cloud parries Sephiroth.
A big brain theory is that Aerith and Cloud will, at some point, wake up in the bodies that are comatose in Zack's world. Possibly. But we also might have Zack in our world, I don't know. Let's just call this what it is. The villain isn't Sephiroth. The villain is the chicken the elderly eats that you lure and capture in
The same
Rebirth.
rainbow effect is also visible at the Forgotten Capital when Cloud parries Sephiroth's sword, saving Aerith in one of the worlds. Right before it happens though, Cloud's sword is surrounded by livestream energy.
Oh, that's an interesting way to think about it. Because people have like brought up the live stream effect on the sword before. I mean, I didn't really know what to make of it. we did talk about this prism effect before on stream. That's an interesting way, like a live stream is hitting it and then literally fracturing at that point.
Live stream energy. If this sort of divergence creates two new directions in the flow of the livestream, I think what might be happening is that every person in that new world now possesses access to their past memories, but is also now creating alternative memories. So people like Marlene and Elmira are not just weird amalgams presented to Zack, they are fully connected to their past memories in the livestream, making them 100% authentic versions of the characters we know from Remake, who now exist and are conscious in separate worlds, creating alternative memories of their own lives. You think this is crazy? Well, where the hell are those annoying whispers when you need them, huh? When I say these characters are...
It's actually not crazy at all. I'm tracking all of this, with the exception of like the rebirth of Zack and Biggs. Aside from that, I'm following all this. So this only applies to people who are alive in the world at the point of divergence. Zack and Biggs are different because they were reborn by whispers. I don't know if they were reborn by whispers, though. I'm still not sold on that. It feels like they were like carried over, copied in some way.
Authentic, of course. There will be some divergence happening from the point when a world and their consciousness branches off. But even if you think of yourself at different points in time, there are some things in your personal essence that don't really change.
You can ask anyone around here. I'm the best there is.
I mean, depending on your definition of rebirth, I mean, it would potentially give another reason for that as a word, as a like title for the game.
Self at different points in time, there are some things in your personal essence, even if
that was one of my favorite versions of this theme. Fuck, why'd you pull this out? You're distracting me with this song.
From the point, these characters are whispers when you need
the like Tifa Hero Lost song. God. All right, just so I don't get distracted by it, just listen to it real quick. Because I know myself. I'm already distracted. I'm not going to pay attention to anything you're saying because I'm going to be listening to this song. God. God, it's so good. It kind of loops at this point, but God, so good. Here, while we listen to music, be alert. Rejoin equals return to a companion organization, a route that one has left. The soldiers were returning from leave to rejoin their unit. I asked Roland, what is the point that you're making? Just to like ask outright, like, where did the idea of rejoin come from? What are you hinting at? Like, I know what the word means. The definition doesn't really like do much for me. Like, you can rejoin the live stream, obviously, or like rejoin the timelines, or I'm just curious, like, what you're specifically trying to point out. Like, is there a particular theory related to rejoin that you're trying to point out? Live stream splits to rejoin. Yeah. I mean, that's sort of the like divergence and convergence thing, right? Like constantly converging and diverging. Yeah. I still think they're building to something new, right? Versus just rejoining to like what it was before. But all I know is that Zack woke up on a bench in the church and the flowers are blooming and healthy. We don't know for an evidence which world exactly it is. Yeah, Jesse, I mean, I'm pretty sold on it being our world. We've talked about other possibilities on stream before, like possibly, you know, some world where Aerith is, you know, the world where she was saved potentially. I really think it's between those two options for me, at least. Either he's in Beagle World, or he's in the world that was created when Aerith was saved by Cloud. Probably one of those two seems most likely.
Meet them, huh? When I say these characters are authentic, of course, there will be some divergence happening from the point when a world and their consciousness branches off. But even if you think of yourself at different points in time, there are some things in your personal essence that don't really change.
You can ask anyone around here. I'm the best there is. Ask anyone around here. I'm the best there is.
Unless we are influenced by something overwhelmingly positive or negative, and give into its influence. Now, if you think that this is completely nuts, and there's no way to
to the point of like, you kind of still are who you are, it made me think of this. I just pulled up the Yuffie date real quick. But there's this conversation. Why is there no music here?
That would explain a lot.
Where's Yuffie at?
I'm guessing you can't anymore, though?
Are you ready to ride?
Where she talks about Tifa and Cloud as a kid.
I heard you and Tifa
Yeah.
go way back.
Yeah.
I also heard she used to have a pretty big crush on you.
That's so.
Well, not at first. Apparently, even as a kid, you had that weird loner vibe.
So it's like here, right? Well, not at first. Apparently, even as a kid, you had that weird loner vibe. And you know, people talk about like how Cloud is different when he's like not truly himself. But I think there's still like quite a bit of him, you know, that comes through in this like weird amalgam of like him and Zack. You know, he still has that weird loner vibe. Like that's something that you can easily use to describe the Cloud that we've met so far in Remake and Rebirth. But it's also true of the young Cloud too, you know?
developers will take it too far in part 3, right? What if I told you that the developers have already explored an even crazier version of this exact concept right in front of us in form of a yet another side quest inside Final Fantasy.
Wait, what thing are you saying?
You think that this is completely nuts, and there's no way the developers will take it too far in Part 3, right? What if I told you that the developers have already explored an even crazier version of this exact concept right in front of us in form
pre-watch, Craven?
of a yet another side quest inside Final Fantasy VII Rebirth from none other than
Tifa! Cloud, my bro! Tifa!
Johnny?
That's right. Thanks to Yuffie's ninja shenanigans, Johnny
Oh,
has
that's
multiplied
right.
himself, perfectly illustrating how this concept works. And
Different
if you talk
Johnnies.
to each Johnny, they are exactly like him. But with the help of
Useless.
our party, we elevate Johnny to an owner of a respectable hotel. And he has to eventually say goodbye to the other Johnnies, realizing that only one can really remain. A principle that could be later applied to the worlds. But wait, there is more. Remember Kyrie, the so-called merc and scam artist? She represents the potential of someone who's neither good or evil at this point. When Zack bumps into her, we see that she was willing to join Avalanche by bringing her backpack to the group's meetup.
Yeah.
But without any encouragement, she gets embarrassed and walks away. However, when confronted by our party and her grandma, in the Beagle world, she helps her take revenge on the mayor of Costa del Sol, thus officially joining the good side. All thanks to the positive influence of people around her. See, when Cloud asked this boomer
That's a good read. That's a good read, yeah.
about Mako energy,
Planet runs out of energy. It and everything on it dies, right?
Yes.
There any way to avoid this? Like, making the spiritual energy stronger?
perhaps the answer, you mean old fart, is actually yes.
Everyone's sitting back, acting like the world's doomed, but the future's not set in stone. We're not powerless. So long as...
Yeah, 100%. Positive influence is heavily related to Zack. Everyone he comes in contact to with regains hope. So much so, Notorious, there's a scene, right, where him and Elmira are in the garden and a flower starts to bloom in this like world of like all dead flowers. Like hope starts to come back in some way. And you see like a flower blooming. That could relate to like why Zack survived in some instance, and it also does relate to, I mean, it's kind of a typical JRPG thing, right, in terms of like pushing past that negativity. And yeah,
we don't lose sight of what's important. I don't know, hope.
Yeah, positive, negative influence, key to which way the live stream energy tips. Yeah, it's the very reason Angeal chose Zack to live on through. Yeah, which we're about to see when we get into the Crazy Score playthrough.
Dreams, maybe? Something like that. So long as we've got those. And hold on tight and never let go.
Like this?
Like your life depends on it.
The world's lucky to have you.
Mm-hmm.
Guess who I just saw? Biggs.
Really?
Said he'd visit, too.
Oh, yay!
Through the actions of Zack and Biggs, by bringing hope to the worlds that are being poisoned with misery by Sephiroth, even life starts to return to them, which is represented by the return of flowers in Elmira's garden.
This is so good. Also, I love the music choices all throughout this.
If Zack was returned to one of those worlds at the end of the game, the flowers being present in the church could mean that there is another way to fight back Sephiroth within those worlds, in stopping his harvest of negative energy, effectively preventing Sephiroth's worlds.
See this? What did we just talk about? Chat. The flowers they were the signposts, right? They're like the signposts of exactly what Wick is saying in this video. Like that there is a way forward. There is a path. Let me just refresh this because it's like I fucked with the volume of this. Like now it's like impossible for me to go full screen without the biggest pain in the ass.
Hope to the worlds that are being poisoned.
I have to constantly F11
with misery by Zack and Biggs.
Oh yay!
But think about the flowers with the signposts. Keep that in your head while watching this part.
Through the actions of Zack and Biggs, by bringing hope to the worlds that are being poisoned with misery by Sephiroth, even life starts to return to them, which is represented by the return of flowers in Elmire's garden. If Zack was returned to one of those worlds at the end of the game, the flowers being present in the church could mean that there is another way to fight back Sephiroth within those worlds, and stopping his harvest of negative energy, effectively preventing Sephiroth's reunion plan and corrupting all of the life-stream energy. Because, as he proclaims at the Forgotten Capital, he needs spite and sorrow for this reunion to work. This is not something that Cloud and the party can do alone across multiple worlds. This process has parallels to the degradation of soldiers who get taken over by Sephiroth's will when they lose their own internal struggle by giving into despair. Once again, pitting someone's individualism and inner strength against Sephiroth's monolithic vision of the world. While it's possible that...
And also doing another... linking it to how in Cosmo Canyon, a lot of the like mentors or whatever they're called, talk so much about like the individual soul, the planet sort of being just like a person in that way, you know? So just like a planet, just like a person loses hope and sort of like melts away into something, like a similar thing happens to, could potentially happen to the planet, where if it loses enough hope, it could die, you know? It's a similar sort of like mirror of that idea.
Zack has now been moved to the Beagle world, as there is no stamp for us to confirm his exact location.
Yeah, 100% same effect, but on a planet scale as the soldier scale. Yeah. So is Biggs being brought back just used as another way to show the positive influence of Zack?
Been moved.
Possibly. I mean, hopefully there's something amazing that happens with Biggs, you know, in part 3 where it's like, oh shit.
Vision of the world. While it's possible that Zack has now been moved to the Beagle world.
Even if it's minor, you know, like even if it's as minor as like Biggs was shot in one of the worlds. So, you know, who knows? There could be another Biggs running out there. They may not do anything with Biggs. You know, he's not super major of a character. But yeah, I don't feel his story is complete, like Del's is saying. It feels like there might be something with him. You know, even if it's a small thing, you know?
As there is no stamp for us to confirm his exact location at the end of the game, him saying the words,
"Just as worlds unite, so too do they part."
But he could just be showing, to Sephiroth's point, like, it could just be showing how impactful Zack could be, in terms of just like showing how he can take somebody like Biggs, who seems completely in the dumps about his own reason for being, and giving him, you know, the confidence or the hope and belief in something.
But who's to say they can't unite again?
Means to me
that could be all they do with him.
His work in these alternative worlds is not done yet. He might not know exactly what is happening to him, but the developers do, and they're the ones writing his dialogue lines. So I think this is a strong hint. Looking at the potential of Zack and Biggs' impact, we can also get a clue as to why they were reborn in the first place. Perhaps a few good whispers after losing access to a determinable outcome that was provided by the Harbinger chose Zack and Biggs as fail-safes to secure a better outcome. Biggs being a positive and a caring person, but also known for his also get a clue as to why they were reborn in the first place. Perhaps a few good whispers after losing access to a determinable outcome that was provided by the Harbinger chose Zack and Biggs as fail-safes to secure a better outcome. Biggs, being a positive and a caring person, but also known for his indecisiveness, complementing Zack, who's confident and willing to challenge fate, but is known for not always working for the right side. It's hard to know for sure how much Aerith was involved in this decision. However, it does not seem like a coincidence since she knew both of them personally. While Zack realizes that he's a side effect of Sephiroth's plan after he's rejected by him and thrown into a black void, he also suspects that Aerith had something to do with his second chance. How will their battle play out in part 3 had something he's rejected by
he thinks Sephiroth, it was all you, Sephiroth, right?
Him and thrown into a black void. He also suspects that Aerith had something to do with his second chance. How will their battle play out in part 3? You tell me. So, these alternative experiences have a definite impact on Sephiroth's plan, by counteracting his bad vibes, but how do they impact our characters? It seems that people like Zack, who are essentially conscious in multiple worlds, are not really aware of this fact. They only remember things that can be traced back to them. But since this is the livestream, it might not be that simple. One fun idea to consider is that when Zack kept running into Shinra troops, why did he suddenly change his mind and decide not to confront them at the reactor? Did his subconscious tell him something based on what happened in a different world? Going back to just tell him.
I think like this decision is so representative of what I've talked about in terms of the idea of synthesis and like characters choosing something different than just the obvious options on the table, right? Like Zack is in another moment where he could potentially face off against Shinra troopers again. And instead he finally decides, after saying like, I'm sick of taking fate shit, which is what you see on screen right now, where he's like, I want to make the life that I decide. He finally does something different than we've ever seen him do, which is him saying, fuck this.
Mind and decide not to confront them at the reactor.
You know, see and never.
Did his subconscious tell him something based on what happened in a different world? Going back to this idea of an afterlife.
But he was continually on the same track every single world. You know, we saw him do the same thing to the troopers in the lobby of the Shinra building in the Terrier world. But he finally says, screw all this, you know?
If Elmira's husband would have made it to her home.
So I'm not 100% sold on the idea of acceptance. Yes. I just think like acceptance is healthy. So, you know, I think there should be some sliver of it.
And talked to her and managed to say his goodbye before dissolving into the livestream. Could Elmira in the Beagle world in her sleep have one day connected with that memory? Even though it didn't happen to her consciousness specifically, she could have heard her husband's authentic goodbye in her say his husband.
Wait, what is this?
Did his subconscious tell him something based on what happened in a different world? Going back to this idea of an afterlife, if Elmira's husband would have made it to her home and talked to her and managed to say his goodbye before dissolving into the livestream, could Elmira in the Beagle world in her sleep have one day connected with that memory? Even though it didn't happen to her consciousness specifically, she could have heard her husband's authentic goodbye in her dreams, similar to how Cloud experiences the dream date or speaks to Aerith in the resolution scene in Remake. One piece of evidence that gives credence to such world-crossing exchange.
We didn't see any version of that ever happen. So that just seems like you're kind of speculating that what if in her dreams one night she sort of had that experience. There's no confirmation or like version of that I've ever seen.
Is an NPC in Zack's world.
These days, every time I sleep, I dream about all the things I wish I'd done differently.
Yeah.
While the exact mechanics of this are still a mystery, the game clearly wants us to think about different possibilities and outcomes. which in part
sure.
3 may lead to some tough choices, as we realize that we can't have our cake and eat it. But that's just my best guess, Mr. Strife. Hello? Cloud? Are you still there? Did you fall asleep again?
You asshole!
If this video was insightful in any way, please like and subscribe. Tell me in the comments if you have a different idea. I've spoken in my previous video how Rebirth presents the ideas behind the cycle of life and how Aerith manifests them in the game. But through these livestream worlds, there are additional themes that are being explored. Themes like the power of optimism, hope, how we influence others. Because everything is tied to the same livestream, the same planet, I don't think they mess with the stakes of the story unlike other multiverses. It can be misunderstood in such way, but I hope I made a good argument that the stakes are in fact higher, with these worlds added, if you're willing to look closely enough, that is. This of course is also a clever plot device for our beloved Zack to interact with authentic versions of characters from our world, without affecting the OG plotline, while still being a crucial influence in the battle for the Promised Land. Many of my predictions will probably turn out to be wrong, or we may never even know all of the details, but I think the thematic elements presented in the game are pretty consistent and will matter in part 3 as well. However, if you're still not convinced by the statement I made with the name of this chapter, let me leave you with one final observation based on Loveless.
Final thought.
Even if the morrow is barren of promises.
No, not that one. The good one. The one that reveals exactly how the trilogy will end. See, when the cat says,
What is the future if not the product of choices past? Each a fork in the road. None can divine the conclusion of every path.
Oh, Kate, I think you meant to say no one person can do it, but 2 or more Zacks are better than
me? Gungaga.
Together as one.
Embrace your dreams. And whatever happens, protect your honor as a soldier.
You have to promise not to look up, 'cause I'm pretty sure you won't like what you see.
I think we liked what we saw, though, right? Didn't we like what we saw? That was awesome, Wick. That was really good. I thoroughly enjoyed that. That was very good. Video. We just watched. Make sure to like and subscribe. Or subscribe. Subscribe. That was fantastic. That, you know what that deserves? That deserves this. Hold on. That deserves this. You ready? Yeah, totally agreed. Like, very good. I love the feeling of the video. Not taking itself serious while opening a theory, 100%. And it was really like, it was like such an enjoyable tone, you know, like it made me actually desiring an even happier ending than I've thrown out myself for part 3. Just through all like the hope stuff with Zack and everything. That was awesome. I really enjoyed that. So it reminds me of in fact, like in terms of like the tone of the video, and there's only one video where I did something that I thought was like as fun or like similarly fun as like some of the things that you had. It was here. It was in this video. It was where I did this transition. So I did this whole like do that sappy, like I purposefully got sappy in this video where I was like speculating. This is like after the reveal of the release date trailer, and I was talking about the fact that it's like, oh, it's coming out on Leap Day, right? And like this whole project, this whole trilogy is a bit of a leap of faith. And so I wrote this transition moment where like I wrote this like whole intro that was like how, you know, we saw like everything in the trailer was, a lot of things in the trailer were like so surprising to us. And it was like such a like, I didn't see like any of this coming, like the scale of the world, the way they did it, all that stuff. And so it was like, we just have to have faith in the project.
And even if some of us have played it already, it's still surprising us. In many ways, for the past 3 years, we've been just like Aerith, standing on the road outside of calm, anxious about whether the FF7 Remake trilogy will live up to our hopes and live up to the original despite deviating from it. And we talk to each other in hopes of finding solace and reassurance. And while we do that, Square Enix and the development team are like Barrett, looking at us with total confidence in themselves, and all they have to say about that feeling in our stomachs is,
"That's its way of telling you it's hungry. Let's move."
And you know what? After everything we just saw, after actually seeing inside of Calm, they were right. That feeling is nothing to fear. It was just a bit of hunger. But now, I feel fed, and I'm ready to take that leap of faith with them, just like I did in 1997. And as it turns out, I get to do it on Leap Day. Isn't that beautiful?
Gone again, fully wrecked at the Happy Turtle!
Okay, I've waxed poetic enough. I know you don't really want to hear me have an existential crisis over the practice of theory crafting and how right or wrong I've been. You probably want to hear theories anyway. So even though I've just spent 15 minutes explaining why it's damn near pointless to predict anything about Rebirth, we are all brain-rotted FF7 slum drunks that demand a sip of that fine theory wine. So here are just a few things that I noticed while watching the trailer and demo footage that I think are interesting food for thought. But before I do, there are 2 things I want to mention. First,
this first cook,
the very first thing that I'm surprised I haven't seen people talk about all that much are Cloud's pauldrons and
oh, not that. Did I have anything good in here? Probably a couple decent ones. But that transition was one of the things I had the most fun ever doing. Like editing wise, like the fucking Happy Turtle song. Yeah. I love the Happy Turtle. The Happy Turtle rock song is like so damn good. It's so crazy. 7 Remake Happy Turtle rock.
Gonna get fully wrecked at the Happy Turtle! Wanna get blind drunk at the Happy Turtle! Girl, get inside, find a seat and order something strong! No matter who you are, like we even care! Oh, so no, took it till the sun comes up! Took it till your brain goes numb! Play yourself, slip on his arm and then give into the rip!
This fucking picture too.
Slide
Could you imagine if they took this fun out of Final Fantasy VII? Jesus. God. It's so good. It's so funny. One of my favorite things is like, I mean, I remember the feeling that I had when you do this fight in intermission. The emojis look different on the chat screen. Oh. Do they? But anyway. I just remember the feeling that I had when we got to that Yuffie fight. Hey, what's up, Fat Music? When we got to that fight in the intermission DLC and like this song came on, it was just like such a what the fuck. And I just remember being like paused on the command menu, like I hit the X button to bring up the command menu, and I just sat there for like a minute just listening to this stupid track. It's amazing. And then one of my favorite things whenever I watch like an intermission playthrough is like, you know, streamers and like players, like Let's Players or whatever, you know, like hit this song and they're like, what the hell? It's one of my favorite things. It's so good. All right, so we'll get into Crisis Core in a second. I need to run to the bathroom, but we will BRB chat. All right, y'all. Let me get this set up. Photoshop still open? Can't close that. Hey. All right, so I've actually not played at all since last Sunday. I thought I might do some like side missions, kind of like all the VR stuff, but I did not. Didn't quite have time, so just jumping back in where we left off. The beginning of Mako Reactor 5. I should update my category on Twitch. Pull up the Twatch. Dashboard. Crisis Core. Reunion. All right. Oops. I think part 3 will surpass the earlier games. I agree. You know, so like, if they stick the landing, if all the stuff they've been setting up in terms of like changing fate and all that stuff isn't a red herring, and there is like some meaningful change, not to say that like Zack has to be revived or Aerith has to be revived, any of that, but as long as they like meaningfully pay off the things that they've set up, then I think like it feels like everything is set up to lead to a very satisfying part 3 that I think could be even deeper and more compelling and more interesting than even I think Rebirth. I think Rebirth is a game that like people might look back on. It might be somewhat different from the Star Wars OG trilogy. Like the OG trilogy, people think highly on Empire because it is amazing, but also the third movie wasn't that great. Like the end of it was interesting in terms of like how Vader went away, or like what happened, how that story with Vader resolved. But a lot of that movie, you know, people don't really think about or remember as much. I think part 3 could be one that like is the one that is most remembered. And maybe the middle one is less, you know, more like a Two Towers maybe. Like I feel like Return of the King, people really love Return of the King, and like Two Towers is a little bit of it's still good, but it's like not like, I think people think usually of the first one or the third one, I feel like. And I feel like a similar thing could happen with Remake. Subjective as opposed to me, the meaningful change would be the revival of said characters they've hinted at as such. I'd feel like a What's Howl if it's a red herring. Well, it depends on what they do with that, right? I think. Yeah, FF7 has a lot of different inspirations. It's important not to look too deeply into this one.
Activating combat mode.
But there will be some people who would be dissatisfied if, you know, certain people weren't revived. Against enemy abilities. Some abilities are capable of using extremely powerful abilities. Some abilities even inflict status ailments, so be sure to guard. Okay.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Easy mid. Thanks for the celebration.
Is that
Angeal's face?
It appears Genesis isn't the only one who can be copied.
Oh, Vincent will definitely be playable.
Training room. We used to sneak in there for fun when the seconds were out. Genesis-Angeal, and I.
You guys were pretty tight.
I wonder.
Yeah, Courier. And there are some people who have gone back to the OG. There are some people who have gone back to the OG after playing Remake and didn't quite hit the same way, right? I have run into that. Yeah, check out the OG.
Is the gift of the goddess. We seek it thus, and take to the sky.
I mean, for the most part, people who have gone back to the original love it.
The wandering soul knows no rest.
But what I've noticed is like people who go back to the OG after starting with Remake, I think for the most part, they actually just still really like all the Remake updates and changes and additions versus like original fans who are like so heavily tied to original depictions who are like, dude, what the hell? Like, why did you have to change that? Like, there's less of a link, like an emotional tie to the way certain events played out. So they're more open to it. Like, I've noticed this for sure with the Dying Scene. The Dying Scene is probably the one that's most, I've seen the most difference between like new players and original players. I think there are new players who do prefer the OG version of the Dying Scene. But for the most part, from what I've seen, is a lot of like new players are like totally fine with both versions and, you know, have no real issues with the new version of that. Yo, sub, happy Sunday. Hope you're doing well. TGA hype. Less than 20 days. Less than 20 days. Did you hear that Cody Christian and Tyler Hoechlin? I'll be in Game On Expo. Yeah, and Brianna White, I think.
Loveless, Act 1.
You remember.
How can I not, when you've beaten it into my head?
Yeah, you and your damn Loveless.
Don't take Sephiroth lightly.
Noted.
Does anybody take Sephiroth lightly? God. Sephiroth is just handling them with ease. Yeah, it's a really cool scene.
Is that the best you can do?
All hail Sephiroth, huh?
Angeal, stay back. I'll take Sephiroth alone.
Genesis.
The world needs a new hero.
Come and try.
So smug. But for how long?
So this is showing, sorry to interrupt that. Oh my God, $100 super chat. Thank you so much, Labib Sahid. Holy crap. Thank you so much. Will I be streaming CGAs? Yes. Yeah, I am planning to stream the Game Awards for sure. But wow, thank you so much for the $100. Yes, but 100%. And yeah, I think it's like 19 days, maybe 18 days. How far out are we? The Game Awards. We are, if it ever loads, 18 days. We are 18 days away, chat. I cannot wait. Cannot wait. What I was gonna say about the scene though, when Genesis was like, you know, the world needs another new hero, he's obsessed with this Loveless story, and the Loveless story has three main protagonists: the hero, the wanderer, and the prisoner. And he really wants to be the hero. And so he's like, that's when he says, like, the world needs a new hero. I think he's aware that Sephiroth is currently the hero, but he desperately wants to be the hero in the story. And that's become such a big part of like Genesis's arc within Crisis Core. Just some of my wild ideas. Maybe I'm thinking too deeply about it. Loveless, but imagining it with Sephiroth as essential, as essential focus. Yeah, right. Like I wonder if there's like some part of Sephiroth that also feels similar to Genesis, right? Like if he were to look at himself and the way Jenova controls him, and the way Shinra even controls him, I wonder if to some extent he feels like the prisoner, and wanting to sort of like take on his own role at the edge of creation. I wonder if he also sees it similar to Genesis, of like he's looking for an opportunity for himself to become the hero. You know, like he's regarded as the hero by a lot of people, but he's not. I mean, in a lot of ways, he is more of a prisoner, but.
Stop! You'll destroy this place.
That's no way to talk to a hero!
He's obsessed with it. So badass. God.
Enough!
Angeal.
Out of my way!
Genesis!
That backfired. In terms of the comment from Notorious of like seeing him as the traveler, I mean, yes, he travels the live stream. I mean, the Wanderer is determined the Loveless play. But like the reason I say prisoner is because it's a little more true to like the kind of journey that he goes on. Like, yes, he's a literal traveler of the live stream, but when you think of all of his life, right? Like at first, he was essentially in service of Shinra. Like Shinra told him where to go, what to do. You know, they shaped his entire life. He had no autonomy outside of like Shinra. He literally lived in the labs. And then when he became influenced by Jenova in Nibelheim, he then served Jenova. So in a lot of ways, he's had no real choice. And at one point in Ever Crisis, there was a conversation with him and Angeal. I believe it was him and Angeal, or him and Glenn, where he mentioned a similar thing where he's like, I just want to live a normal life. I just want to like live a life. So he's definitely been a prisoner of those who have sought to use him and control him. But yeah.
Just a scrape. I'll be fine. Don't worry.
That's funny, Kyle.
Even if the morrow is barren of promises, nothing shall forestall my return.
It's funny thinking about that line again in a different way, just within this moment, right? Like he hasn't beaten Sephiroth, right? He's in the middle of like having lost to him. And so it seems like he has no hope to sort of like be the hero in the way that he wants. But he's saying like, even if the morrow is barren of promises, right? Like the thing that he's hoping for, even if it seems unlikely that he can't get what he wants, nothing shall forestall his return, right? He will come back. He will try again. He will relentlessly push for what he's trying to get. I love when he says that the camera's on Sephiroth.
So, was everything all right?
Yes. As far as Genesis was concerned. But as for Angeal...
Angeal? What happened?
That's true, Lazybuck Dragon, yeah.
Later, I received one of his famous lectures.
About what?
Always the same. Discipline, dreams, honor, etc.
Haha. One of those, huh?
So it's true. They're in league with Hollander.
How could this happen?
Sephiroth and Zack's dynamic is a really nice touch as well, showing the teacher student dynamic, yeah.
Angeal, what are you up to? Where are
And it's
you?
interesting to see Sephiroth like this, right? Oh, it's just tutorial bullshit. Look at this Gates of megaphone thing. I assume it's to do like missions. Yeah. There's no good mail though, right? No. Ugh. It's hard to, I hate having the unread notices, so. I do need to buy stuff, actually. How much HP do I guild do I have? Decent amount. I need ethers badly. Oh, did I not buy? Actually. Let's make it 69. And then ether. I could use some ethers, that's for sure. Remember these? Why not? 100% subtext, something like that. IRL 2. Gotta get rid of the notifications. You should see my actual Gmail unread. I have thousands. Basically, now you can get spam in the game. Yeah. Realistic spam.
Activating combat mode.
Got him.
Conflict resolved.
Cure leveled up. Nice. Forget, is this the Bane way or?
Activating combat mode.
I think that's the main way over there. Shit. Oh, the ice.
Conflict resolved.
Oh, did I escape the battle? That's not what I meant to do. Oh, is Sephiroth over there? If Sephiroth's there, let's check over
Activating
here.
combat mode.
Take that.
Oh shit! Who the hell hit me with ice? Damn it! That bat came back out of nowhere.
Activating combat mode.
Fuck you.
Take that.
No MP costs. I'm gonna abuse that. Alright, so that's the main objective.
Hollander's laboratory is right down this way. It's a private, unsanctioned facility.
Where Vigo goes hard in this game.
We may find leads on Angeal.
All right, let's go.
Where does this go exactly? This is like a item, right? Did he go down? Dude, go down. Can I not go down? Not yet. Yeah, I don't think I can literally go down. Okay. Fine. I guess I gotta lower the ladder somehow. Treasure Princess. I'm looking for someone who could go on treasure hunts with me. How would you like to team up? If you're interested, I want you to prove yourself first. Somewhere out in the fields, there's supposed to be a treasure hidden by Shinra's General Affairs Department. If you manage to find it, I'll let you in. You can get your hands on some really rare items by becoming a treasure hunter. Not a bad deal, is it? No, I don't think so. Obviously, this is Yuffie. What's up, Kuya? Can I go down here? I can go down here.
Activating combat mode.
Out of the way.
Damn you.
Conflict resolved.
Where does this go? I'm just going deeper and deeper. Wait, is this where I need to go?
Activating combat mode.
Bring it on.
Shit. Ah. I have to equip ice. I don't have any ice. Yeesh. Ah, damn, it wasn't enough.
Activating combat mode.
Damn, I'm doing crit damage? Ow.
Take that. The end. Brace yourself.
I think I might have a stop blade. Yeah.
Conflict resolved.
I have silence blade, not stop blade. I feel like I need ice more than thunder. Potion. Shinra Alpha? What is that? Poison Ward. Huh.
Activating combat mode.
No MP costs? Bitch.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Oh, here we go. That's why I got the slider. Any slower. Any slower, Zach. Alright, so back up. This way.
Activating combat mode.
Fuck yeah.
Oh yeah!
Tired of them. Tired of those guys. Nothing here? Okay.
Activating combat mode.
Oh, fuck you. Shit. Damn it. This dude's hit freaking hard. Their regular attacks hit hard.
Conflict resolved.
Nice.
Good work.
I do like playing on it hard, though. This makes it a little more engaging.
How wretched.
All right, so we're getting into the experimental stuff. All the experiment shit. Here we go. Report on the soldier degradation phenomenon. The heightened ability of soldier members are maintained by a delicate balance of various genetic factors. A change in this balance could only be caused by a leak of genetic information, but this is not possible under normal circumstances. This phenomenon is unique to the soldier type G. The heightened abilities of soldier members are maintained by a delicate balance of various genetic factors. Change in this balance only caused by a leak of genetic information, so there needs to be a balance of genetic factors, and the only way it can be disrupted is by some kind of leak, which is only among the soldier type G.
I'm getting woozy.
Zach's like, I don't understand any of this shit.
Only before Genesis left. The
Here we go,
wound was
Lord time.
superficial. But for some reason, Genesis wasn't healing.
Stretch time.
The man who treated him was Hollander.
Professor Hollander, how is Genesis?
The problem is the Mako energy that seeped in through the wound.
Is it treatable?
First, he'll need a transfusion. You aren't viable.
Why couldn't I be the donor?
It's a nice transition.
A soldier, type G.
type G, type S, not compatible. The Ancients Project outline. It is now an undisputed fact that the life form excavated from the earth is indeed of the ancient race spoken of in legend. Furthermore, history records that these ancients channeled the power of this planet to tear the earth asunder. Using the cells of the unearthed ancient, we have begun research on creating and mass-producing a race with comparable abilities. The primary objective of this research is to significantly reduce Mako excavation costs. Got a copy going. Got a copy cooking.
There's a monster inside. Is this where they make the copies?
These are highly classified research documents, taken from the science department. Project G, Degradation, and Ancients.
Yeah, then I missed one.
Interesting. You should take a look.
Oh, this one I missed. Project G summary. Objective. Implant the cells of an ancient into a human fetus to imbue said fetus with the ancient's abilities.
It was Hollander's experiment. The result was a normal child, which meant he failed. However,
there's one more. I'm just not seeing it. Already read that one. Read that one. Oh, I got them all.
G gave birth to the man we know as Genesis.
Project G.
Project Genesis.
Wasn't that?
Contrary to this report, Genesis showed clear signs of change.
Degrading?
Not only that.
Copies?
Abominations.
Why didn't it show the monster there?
Sephiroth.
Hollander, I thought I'd find you here.
You want to do something to me, eh? But then, who will stop Genesis-Angeal's degradation?
Here's the boy.
Genesis.
You won't take Hollander.
Zack, go.
Yeah.
There is no hate, only joy, for you are beloved by the goddess. Hero of the dawn, healer of worlds.
This is the first hint. So in the Sleep Easy video, this is where it really clarified for me that Genesis was hoping to be the hero because they believed the hero was, you know, going to be granted the gift of the goddess, you know, be healed, which is obviously what Genesis really is looking for, right? Like, he has the worst of it among all of them. Like, he suffers degradation. You know, he has a bit of a different genetic makeup compared to the other experiments. So he's looking for that sort of like salvation from the goddess, right? The gift of the goddess. That's why he's obsessed with Loveless. And here he's ascribing that to being the hero, and he's putting that onto Sephiroth. He's saying, you know, the goddess loves you, healer of worlds, you know? So he's putting that on Sephiroth, and that's why he so wanted to be a hero.
Loveless again. You never change.
3 friends go into battle. 1 is captured. 1 flies away. The one that is left becomes a hero.
A common story.
If we were to enact it, would I be the one to play the hero? Or would you?
It's all yours.
Indeed. After all, your glory should have been mine.
How petty.
In hindsight, perhaps. Now what I want most is the gift of the goddess.
Interesting how Sephiroth doesn't even care about it.
You won't get away.
Activating combat mode.
Shit. Fuck you.
Take that.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
You. Ow.
Conflict resolved.
I love how Sleep Easy framed Genesis' obsession with Loveless as a kind of desperation. Makes it less annoying for me. Yeah, 100% Wick. Yeah. His video helped me significantly. And we watched some of it, and I watched a bit of his last week, I think it was. We watched a bit of his explanation of the different experiments, which I'm tempted to watch again with you all, now that we're in the midst of like really digging into them. But I also kind of want to continue the story a little bit. I can't go this way? God damn it. Now I can. That's why it blocked me.
Activating combat mode.
Shit. Fuck you. Gotcha.
Oh, yeah.
There's no chests in here? No. More copies.
Out of the way.
Ow.
Take that.
Conflict resolved.
Later.
And
Oh
that.
yeah.
No chests, no nothing.
Activating combat mode.
shit.
Warm-up's over.
Gotcha. How did that not kill you? You're weak to fire, dude.
Conflict resolved. Activating combat mode.
Got him.
Conflict resolved.
Got him.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Any chests?
Activating combat mode.
You.
You're in for it now.
Okay.
Prove your honor.
Conflict resolved.
Limit finish.
Activating combat mode.
Later.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
No other chest, no other chests.
Activating combat mode.
Take that. Take that.
Conflict resolved.
Got him.
Oh yeah.
Alright, here we go.
Hollander.
Oh, not
You
yet.
can't escape.
It's quite a long chase, isn't it? I don't remember it being quite this long, but... Circlet? What does that do? Plus 39 for magic defense. Shinra Alpha. I didn't notice the stat boost. Son of a bitch. Got hands on Hollander for a guy who seems out of breath and out of shape. He has some stamina, seriously.
Damn it. Out of my way.
Definitely runs longer than I can. I don't know why this machine is like weak to ice, but I'll take it because I don't have thunder equipped right now, so I'll take it.
Got him.
Ow. Ow, 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 ow.
The road to becoming first is not easy. Strength is not the only requirement.
Yeah, I know. But still, I want to make first.
Listen to me, Zack. If you want to be first,
I'll embrace my dreams in honor. And my dream is to become a hero.
all right. You have my support.
For the question in chat to Saito, my favorite Final Fantasy other than 7 would have to be, I think, like either between 9 or 10, like of the mainline, like single player ones, like probably 9 or 10. I haven't played 1 through 6 yet. I played a bit of 6. I did like it a lot. But I haven't finished it. And I was planning to like replay it with the Pixel remasters, so that's what I was waiting for. Aside from that, including all the rest, 14 would be the other of the main lines, like definitely my number 2 out of the main lines, like including multiplayer, like, well, online and single player. Like the story, especially in like Shadowbringer, Zen Walker, is just so damn good. And then Tactics is, and I would say like my top 3, including everything currently from what I played, would be 7, Tactics, and 14. Those ran out my top 3. You.
Bringing out the big guns.
Prove your honor to me.
Damn you.
You're in for it now.
Ow, shit.
Warm-up's over.
I emotionally vampired my way. I've emotionally vampired way too many streams of 14, yeah. I've done the same, actually. Damn, those boys are beefy.
Hollander, do you understand what you're doing? Working for Hollander now? What is it you're after?
World domination.
That's not even funny, man.
How about revenge?
For what?
When you realize how much Angeal is just sort of like joking around. In the first white wing.
I've become a monster.
Dude.
A monster's objective is usually world domination or revenge.
You're wrong. Those aren't the wings of a monster.
Well then, what are they?
Just very torn over what the hell is he?
I see. Then what should an angel fight for, Zack? What do angels dream of?
That's one of those moments where the dialogue just works against the characters. Like, there is no way the actor could have made that not sound incredibly cringy. Just no way to not make it sound cringy. He's trying his best. But
Angeal,
Angels dream of one thing.
please tell me.
to be human.
To be human.
That just punches the shit out of him. Yeah, it's like unintentionally hilarious, yeah. You can hear sweat dripping in the recording booth.
Defend yourself!
I mean, in reality, Angeal's just trying so hard to be a monster, right? Like, he's like trying so hard to live up to, you know, he's like learned this truth about himself that he doesn't truly understand. So he's like choosing to fight Zack, almost feeling like he's supposed to, you know, like the whole like world domination thing, which is a bit of a joke, but he's like, he's just sort of instigating. He's like, damn it, will you not just play your role and just fight me and kill me? I'm a monster, dude. Just kill me. And Zack is like, no. And then from a different point in the Sector 5 reactor thing, we somehow fall into the exact same place as Cloud. Don't think about it too much.
Tell me what happened.
Yeah, but that's not really an excuse, Delta. Like, the localization was so bad. The original VAs had to improvise some of their own lines. Then why not fix it in Reunion, right? Like, why not change it in Reunion? Yeah, according to the grifters, Rebirth is the one that started the cringe. Yeah.
I want to help out a friend, but I don't know how I can do it.
Hello?
Mom?
I don't know what's making this scene.
Hello?
Not this one, but that intermediate one. And to stitch a one in the black with the feathers. Seemingly talking to his mom.
Kevin?
Not quite. It's a church.
Baby Aerith. I mean, she's pretty young. She's like, what, 16, 15?
I'm Aerith. You fell from
Yeah,
the sky.
Jelly. That's true.
Scared me.
So you saved me, huh?
Not really. Hello? That's all I did.
Thank you so much, Aerith. I'm Zack. I have to repay you somehow.
Don't worry about it.
No. Aha. Hey, how about one date?
What is that? Don't be silly. Stop. Don't step on the flowers.
Excuse me?
Every soldier who falls through here is so rude. They're stepping on flowers and shit.
Well, I guess I'm not normal. Oh. You don't see a lot of flowers in Midgar.
Lazy butt dragon.
They're like luxury items around here.
They only grow here. Although, I planted some outside my house too.
If I were you, I'd sell them. Midgar is full of flowers. Your wallet's full of money.
He's a capitalist.
Midgar full of flowers.
He's like, why don't we mine the natural resources here? He truly is a Shinra employee.
That way.
It's like, you know, we could profit off of this, like, nature, this like natural.
Stop! I
Ah,
said...
shit. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to live up to my Shinra
Sorry.
from slum drunk to flower seller. Yeah. Save. Is that any mail by any chance? No. Just like the woman from Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild, rather. Oh. The whisper's blocking this one. This is the world Zack ends up at the end of Rebirth. Broken pillars look the same. LOL, I don't know. Well, it seems like the regular world, right? I never noticed a broken pillar. Hold on.
Did I? Nah.
It's kind of cool with this music in the background. Oh, shit. Yeah. I mean, two big broken pillars. How is this building still standing?
Did I?
Hey, Palmer, what's up?
Nah. I couldn't have dreamt that. It all felt way too real.
Flower power. These are intact on the right of him.
Just as worlds unite.
I never noticed the pillars.
So do they part.
What are the pillars like in Remake?
But who's...
I'm about to look it up now. Let's see. Chapter 8? Reno and the Whispers. Reno scene?
Really? You will? In that case... Huh?
I'll see myself in. Thanks.
Oh, yeah. The broken pillar right there.
And who are you?
They're on the right side, though.
He's my bodyguard. And a soldier. Pretty cool, huh?
Huh? A soldier? Ex-soldier. Well, what do you know?
Take a shot of the left side.
The eyes, at least.
You don't mind, do you? Bodyguard work's not too different from merc stuff, right? I guess.
A lot.
Still the right side of them.
What?
Right.
Huh. Well, you're weird enough to be one. What class? Believe.
Oh yeah, on the left side too. Broken pillars. I've never noticed the broken pillars. For whatever reason, my remake recording, the sound of like weapon hits sounds terrible. I don't know why. So yeah, they're broken pillars too. Okay. Different ones maybe, but they're still there. I never noticed that. Huh. I guess the one other scene to double check, out of curiosity, is the intermission ending. DLC, Zack ending. Oops.
I'm back!
If we get a shot. No, I don't get a shot of it. Huh. I never noticed the pillars. That's so funny. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to leave like that. I was just trying to explore.
Are you always here?
Yeah.
Church pillars deep dive.
Where are you going?
Don't know.
I'll take you.
Where?
Also, if you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to like the stream so that people can find it.
You just want
Keep
to spend
forgetting
more time with
to mention that.
Yeah.
Huh? What?
In this church that has no
You're
structural
under
integrity.
plate, right? Sector 5. The slums.
Yeah. Main Street's over that way. There's lots of people. And you can go above.
Ah. Well, I should be good once I make it there. All right? Lead the way.
Okay, let's go.
Personnel announcement. Official personnel announcement. Effective today, Zack Fair has been promoted to Soldier First Class. Lattice in the church roof is sufficient. Oh, thank you, Jelly. Any way I can go back in?
Hey!
No? Oh, I can.
You're not done here? I'll be looking at flowers.
Alright, you do that. Can you get over here quicker though? Because I want to I want to see what dialogue you have with the flowers. Move faster, Aerith. Muévatelo. Faster. Faster. Faster.
You're
Anything?
not done. I'll be...
Ay, ay, ay. Same nonsense, okay. Alright, bye, Arthur.
Hey, wait!
Oh, they went through the white light.
Let's go.
They're back in the live stream, chat. They're in the live stream. What's up?
Most people who
What's up,
live
bro?
in the slums don't have nice things to say about Shinra. I mean, how could they? None of you Shinra people care at all about the people who are living underneath the plate.
Yeah, we don't care. Looks like I don't care about anything you just said.
Around here, you'll find junk that above plate folks throw away. Well, it may just be junk to you, but for us, it's a key source of income.
She just keeps running, moving forward. Jeez.
Ah! Monsters!
Oh, there we go.
Zack, let's run!
Don't
Hell
worry
no,
about
I'm a
it.
soldier.
I'll protect you. I've got this.
You've got this?
Oh yeah. Stay back, okay?
Activating combat mode. Aerith, you've never activated combat mode in your life, and it shows.
Conflict resolved.
You just gotta activate a little combat mode.
You're amazing.
That's all you gotta do.
You're so strong.
Strong.
Showing off, totally.
Like a monster, right?
Zack, what's wrong?
Nothing.
So now he's
Now, let's move.
kind of putting the same thing on him, right? And Jill just talked about.
Hey, I looked good, right?
You're strong like a monster. See, he is showing off.
What?
You like these muscles, Aerith?
Dunno.
Grappling with being soldier, yeah.
Come on, flatter me.
Alright, it doesn't look good to beg for it, though.
Let's go.
Not a good look, Zack.
Hello?
Can't beg for compliments.
People who come from the slums, they fall into one of two categories. They either hate Shinra, or they idolize it. I'm the latter. One day, I'll find me a Shinra executive, and live the good life.
Aerith, jeez, it's running
get
so far
going?
ahead. Naive Aerith is odd. Yeah, for sure. I think in the writing of Aerith, over the years, especially in the compilation, it definitely played a little bit more into a bit of like, more of a naive Aerith, who isn't like streetwise and all that, like they portray in the book and like they portray in OG FF7 and in Remake. They really could have sort of like rewrote her as more of a sort of like delicate flower sort of character versus the Aerith that we really knew in the original and the Aerith that returned to us in an ironic way in Remake. I love the way the original Aerith is written, the way the Remake Aerith is written. They make her a little bit more of a damsel in the compilation, which they point at, right, when she's doing the rooftops with Cloud. And she's like, I'm not a damsel in distress, or whatever she says, who needs, like, you know, somebody's help, you know, while she's climbing the ladder. So I'm glad they restored that. Granted, she's younger here, so that could explain her being a bit more naive, but I like the more, like, sassy, self-assured sort of Aerith.
So, here we are.
Yep. Something wrong?
Well, I could be wrong. I haven't played this in a while, so maybe she
Look just
does
like
have
any
some
other
more of that writing. I just don't remember.
Of course. Lots of people live here. Hey, inside that gate, there's a market. There's so many great shops there.
Lately, the Shinra company seems to be having a lot of problems. I heard that 2 firsts were killed in action. Well, I guess it has nothing to do with us, really.
The market's this way.
Yeah, I know.
This is the Sector 5 slums. Beyond the gates is the market. And there's a church further down the street. The other way,
We just came
beyond
from
the
there.
rubble, is Sector 6.
Oh, Kunzel. It seems Hollander's favorite t-shirt is the one with the logo of Benora's famous canned apples. Can a guy love apples that much? Or do you suppose he has other ties to Benora? Apparently, with all the confidential information they handle, guys in the science department aren't allowed to leave the company even if they screw up or lose out in the rat race. And that puts them under a lot of stress. Maybe Hollander's t-shirt helps them relieve some of that, huh? It was a random email.
Uncle, when are you coming back?
Glenn?
What's wrong? Look,
No, I'm waiting for Uncle to come back. He said that there's lots of monsters right outside of Midgard.
Oh, he's dead.
So Uncle
He's totally dead,
went
dude.
with a bunch of people and left Midgard
Oh.
to beat up those monsters.
Yeah, not a good idea.
and he hasn't come back?
He is coming back. If I keep waiting here, he has to. Uncle's a really
That's
nice
not really
person.
how it works, but
When I told him I wanted to work for him one
he said, okay.
If you keep believing, he'll come back. I know it.
Zack, ever the optimist. Now I want to get the stupid kid's uncle back. Is there a save point? No? Okay.
It's kind of stuffy here.
You okay?
Huh, I know why. There's no sky here.
We don't need this sky.
You're under this plate all the time. You normally miss seeing the sky, no?
Sorry, I'm not normal.
Out of context lines.
How's that?
The sky frightens me, like it's sucking me in. Weird, right?
Very. I'm sorry, it is
Normal
weird.
is overrated.
You think so?
But Zack, as usual, says the right
One day,
thing.
I'll show you a pretty sky. It won't
All
be
I see
scary.
is a rift.
Trust me, you're gonna love it.
Maybe that's his way to keep his promise. Part 3, we get rid of the rifts. I know it's not exactly why she hates it. Like, she's scared of it because, like, it represents the people it's taken from her, etc. But
Are the slums strange to you?
I mean, it would add up to, you know, what we see in this scene. Where is it? In Remake. Like, if she were, like, really connected to the planet, right? Just that idea of, like, the sky would be this, like, vortex of just, like, spirits, right? Like, imagine if she were, like, super connected to the live stream. I wonder how often she sees the views like this, right? Which looks like souls returning to the planet. They're drifting upward. That would be really creepy. In terms of, like, you definitely would feel different about the sky if that's what you were seeing very often. Similarly, there actually is an actual fear of the sky. Have you guys seen this? I ran into somebody who actually apparently had this fear of, like, a phobia of the sky. It was, like, specifically a phobia of being sucked into the sky. Somebody mentioned it, and they mentioned the name of it too. Yeah. Yeah, here it is. Look at this. The phobia of being sucked into the sky is called casadastrophia, which is the irrational fear of falling up into the sky. It can be triggered by looking up at tall buildings, open fields, or the night sky, and may stem from anxiety, a fear of losing control, or post-traumatic experiences. While it is not formally recognized phobia, it is a real fear for many, and professional help like exposure therapy or cognitive behavioral therapy can be effective. Isn't that wild? The irrational feel of falling up into the sky as if gravity has reversed. The name is derived from the Latin cas, to fall, ad astra, to the stars, and phobia, fear. So a fear of falling to the stars. Crazy. When I heard about that as, like, a real thing, I was like, really?
An SCP article? What's SCP?
Are the slums strange to you? Hey, wait!
Huh. Looks like an interesting place.
Did I ask what it was? Yeah.
Wanna take a look?
Oh boy.
Whoa!
Oh, sorry.
Be careful, huh?
Okay. Sorry again.
It's just like this guy is pretty warranted, just considering details of her being an agent and having let people die. Yeah. Felt people die.
My wallet's gone.
And like I was saying, like if she ever looked up at the sky and did see souls like returning, like in that chapter 14 scene, yeah, you would be freaked out by it.
Aerith, wait here, okay?
Oh, I only say that because like when I think of people in my life dying, I don't think of the sky. I guess you could think of like heaven, but I don't think of them as going away like that. But if you have ever seen, if you're Aerith, that visual of like the live stream that I just showed, I could see that as being like that. I think you're right. The fear stems from the intuition of etc. Since going to the sky means dissolving to live stream and losing memories.
Catch that kid and get my wallet back.
Bruno's his name.
Bruno? You know his name?
Yeah, I know him. Just a little.
I think this mod is making her body glow.
Like that.
But
if he really stole from you, I'm sure he had good reason. Hey, I'll go look for him. Zack, you wait here.
All right, I'll wait here. But I'm pretty antsy.
Yeah, I know.
Gotcha,
That
Radcliffe.
obvious?
On the Aerith, yeah, dialing up through the
Theft
live
is
stream.
theft, no matter the reason. I'll have to give him a good scolding.
Oh God, Bruno.
Ugh, that's it. It's my wallet that was stolen. I'm gonna look for Bruno too.
Yeah, Bruno, you son of a
Went that
bitch.
way.
If you need materia, you've come to the right place. If you need...
Oh, Lazard. Children in the slums, soldier members, I thank you for your daily hard work. On the ground, beneath our aerial city of Midgar and in the shadow of its plates, lie the slums. They also symbolize one of Shinra's distortions. There are reports of children forming gangs in the harsh environment they call home, so look away from this will surely cast a large shadow on Shinra's future growth. It is my hope that we members of Soldier can rise up to address this distortion.
Anything from gifts for your loved ones to common, everyday use items. If you need accessories, get them right here.
Where's Bruno at?
Oh, are you looking for someone?
Yeah, Bruno.
This exit leads to the path to go above the plates.
Damn it. Hey, kid.
Hey, mister. You look pretty big.
You seen Bruno? Alright, save. We started as creepypastas on places like 4chan, but quickly... Oh, got it. How do I help this kid find his uncle? Which one was it? Not that one. From a hot treasure hunter, Yuffie. Yuffie, you're silly. Which one was the one that... Oh, maybe this one?
Activating
How
combat
many?
mode.
Bring it on.
Oh shit.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
No damage. Let's go. Is there no chests in this one? Huh, no chests. Hey, what's up, Grant?
Activating
Yuffie is
combat
also
mode.
too young, so yeah, for sure.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah.
Nice. Is this the one that related to the side quests? Maybe not. Where was it? I'll have to look it up later, I guess. Oh, maybe it's this one? I'm trying to find the one where that kid is like, my uncle disappeared.
Activating combat mode.
Do silent bladings. Dude.
Conflict resolved.
I haven't played the original. The remaster is just so much better. Oh, the gameplay is significantly better. If you mean of this,
Activating combat mode.
for sure. That silent blade is really nice.
Conflict
They can't do their spells on me. Yeah, try doing fire.
resolved.
You can't.
Oh yeah.
That's the main one. Where's the other? Oh, there's only one chest. Okay.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Gotcha. This game has a lot of combat. Is this at all related to the side quests? Maybe I'll do it later then. I gotta look back in the footage and see which one the uncle unlocked. Let's go this way.
Did he go out from here? Hey, you there!
Did you see a little piece of shit
Did a
kid
come running this way? A little boy?
named Bruno?
Little boy?
We do talk about Bruno here.
Although, children never come this way.
I see.
Got your pocket picked, did you?
Huh?
Happens all the time here. But you're gonna have a hard time finding the thief on your own. Ask folks around here nicely, and they might help you.
Yeah,
Well, I
that's
gotta
a
look
good
something
point.
up real quick.
Right. I'll ask around here, for starters.
Here you go. Last time I played original Crisis Core was 2008. Wow. I just really want to find this, which side quest line this was with Bruno. I met with the uncle. So I'm looking back at my stream. M214. So it was just a one mission then? I did that one already. I wonder if I could talk to the uncle again. On a perfectly legal and unmodified PSP. I believe you. I believe you.
You? Oh, no. Never mind. I'm just a Shinra trooper on patrol.
Why are you acting sus?
Oh.
You're Wu-Tai.
Hey, excuse me. I'm looking for a little boy named Bruno.
Come on.
He looks like this.
I haven't
Why was there the like
Wait,
10-second thing? Oh.
Really?
He just ran by.
That way, I think.
That way?
You're lying to me.
Yes, way down there.
Great, thanks. Hey! Wait, he's over by you!
Yeah, they're not narking.
He's gone.
They're not narking.
Hey, lady!
I appreciate these people.
I didn't mean to trick you. I just have really bad eyesight.
Sure you do.
Come on, man.
Zack!
Hey, Aerith. Did you find him yet?
Not yet, but give me time. Please?
Okay.
What? A kid? Go outside these gates? Nobody's gone through these gates in a while.
Yeah,
Excuse me. Got a minute?
What is it?
I'm looking for a kid named Bruno who took my wallet. Maybe you've seen him around? He looks like this.
Sure, I'll help you. Bruno, you said? Yeah, no problem.
You're the man! If you see him, it'd be great if you could catch him too. Where did he go? There he is! Hey, mister! That's him! Get him!
Nope, they're not giving up their own. Especially not to a Shinra cop.
I did try to grab hold of him. Unfortunately, he managed to steal my most prized materia. And well,
did he?
Once he used it, there was no chance.
You too! You didn't even try to chase him.
Come on now, that's not true at all.
Come on, man. I wonder if Aerith is still looking. All by herself.
I am a carpenter that travels off.
Excuse me?
Welcome. What do you need?
No, I'm not shopping.
All right.
This is honestly one of my least favorite
my wallet.
parts of this
Maybe
game.
You've seen him around?
It's like, God, I was freaking chasing the stupid kid.
He looks like this.
Never seen him. But I'll keep an eye out.
You're the man. Thanks. Where did he go? There he is. Hey, mister! That's him! Get him!
Whoa, whoa! This kid's pretty fast.
Hey, what's the deal?
This part is rough.
Yeah, sorry. I'm really not that quick on my feet.
You had no intention of chasing him.
No, that's not true at all.
I don't think so.
Come on, man.
Flower pin vendor? I don't think so.
Oh, I see. I'll come back.
Hey, Aerith.
Zack!
Did you find him yet?
No. But give me more time. I'll find him.
Hey there. I'm looking for someone. A little boy named Bruno.
We don't talk about Bruno.
I know Bruno. You must want to find
Aerith is lit.
I'll bring him here for you, okay?
You will?
Hey, Jamie Pearson. Hello from France. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you so much. I was just talking to everybody about Expedition 33. I'm doing a second playthrough of it right now. So good. I've been tricked.
That's it. How far did she have to go?
Honestly, Gaga seems the kind of community where you don't really need street smarts. Yeah. Street smarts, yeah.
Huh? Hey! That's the kid who took...
Oh,
Zack,
no.
they're not going to help you
Too soon.
catch one of their own. It just is what it
I was
is.
just about to catch him.
Weren't you trying to help him get away?
No, I wasn't. That's so mean.
Come on, man.
Zack!
Hey, Aerith. Did you find him yet?
That boy is really fast.
This does remind me of like the worst quests in FF14. Just like the grindy, like, go talk to 3 villagers.
Hey, kid.
Aerith's not trying either, yeah.
Was it you who took my wallet, by any chance?
Oh, come on. You saw. I've been here the whole time.
Oh, yeah. You're right. I'm sorry.
It's fine. You got pickpocketed, right?
I finished
If you're
Rebirth a
looking for
month
the
after
guy,
release.
I'll help
So
you
yeah, it's
out.
been a long wait, yeah.
Well, I have some leads I can give you, but you have to give me a potion in exchange.
You're a broker?
You can't get something for nothing, mister. But trust me, my information's good.
I took a week and a half off of work.
Thank you. Oh, hey,
And
he's
just
right behind
blitzed
you,
through
mister.
Rebirth. I was so afraid of spoilers.
What gives? He's gone. Hey, if you know where he might go, tell me.
Gotta wait this year, maybe next year. Well, it's definitely not coming out next year.
If you want to know more,
I think it's coming out 2027 for sure.
Give me a break.
The only question is when in 2027. But that is the
have it your way.
that is the
Well then, good luck.
Come on, man.
the anniversary year.
I wonder if Aerith
30th
is
anniversary year. So that's what I assume they're timing for.
Aerith, how goes?
Zack.
There's no need to look so worried. It's just bad luck. Hey, why don't we look together?
But...
Especially now that
Don't
2026
worry
has
about
like
it.
GTA 6
I'm
dropping
not
in
gonna
it.
Yell at him straight from
Yeah.
the top. I'll ask him why he did it, and I'll forgive him if it was for a good reason.
What if it was a shit
Really?
reason?
Yes, really.
Look at Aerith covering up too.
Let's go look.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely taking off for part 3.
We still have no leads.
If Bruno...
Taking off, I'm muting as many words as
should still be
possible.
around
I'm like, I'm gonna have a burner YouTube account. I did that also for Rebirth. I set up an extra YouTube account
that I didn't watch any FF7 related stuff on, just so that there were no thumbnails. Like one of the biggest spoilers or spoiler factories are YouTube thumbnails. So I had to literally create a burner YouTube just to avoid any potential YouTube videos that have spoilers on them.
Then you stay here and keep an eye out. I'll go take a look around town. Let's try that, okay?
Oh, damn, Jelly. That's rough. Well, hopefully when part 3 comes around, you can get away with, you don't have to do that.
Aha! I found you!
You can actually take the time off.
Okay. No more running.
Did we do any more theory videos today? Yeah, we did. We watched a video from Wick, who's part of the community. We watched that about
You know what you did was bad, don't you? You should never steal from
2 hours ago, hour and a half ago. It was really good too. It was a really good one.
Because it's very, very wrong. Now, tell me why you did it.
None of your business.
Yeah, the Rick Gomez voice. And there's a mod, but I think it makes you replace all of the voices.
Yes.
Like you can't just like pluck Rick Gomez and drop it in. I mean, I have to double check, but it seemed like you have to replace the entire cast. And I like the new voices. So other than, you know, the Zack one, or at least I prefer the Rick Gomez one. But I can't just like pluck the Rick Gomez files and plug them in apparently.
You can shut me out, but tell Aerith the truth.
Do you need money? Tell me why.
I need medicine, but my wallet was eaten by a monster.
This kid talks the way
this
that
guy's wallet.
what's it called?
If he's your friend, he might give me a break.
A little bit like Shulk in Dirge.
This was bad.
Thanks, Wick.
You know that.
By the way, the 4
Don't
is an
do it
A,
again.
but I kind of like Wick
Okay.
now. Oh, okay.
Okay. Good.
It's an A. So would
Now
it be
we're friends again.
Stawick?
Zack, you agree?
You believe in him, so yes.
Thank you.
Tries to some time off for 3. I'm in a new job.
But you need medicine,
Nice.
right?
Yeah. It's for my grandpa.
I'll get your wallet back from the monster.
Really?
Leave it to me.
But it's dangerous.
Don't you worry.
Yeah, the
Monsters
rumors on
around here
PS6 are like possibly 2027.
But I'm going to.
That's like the more recent one.
No, it'll be fine.
I was hoping it'd be
Just
more like
let me handle
2028.
Stay here and wait with Bruno.
The monsters.
It'll definitely be interesting.
still
It'll
on the
definitely
path
be
that goes
available
to
on PS5 either way.
Here.
'Cause I think they want
Take back your wallet.
the game to be available to people
gonna
on
need it.
PS5 because it'll have like a big enough, like a really big audience. So I'm sure they're aiming for PS5 either way, but there might be like a PS6 upgrade or like better graphics, kind of like the PS5 Pro does.
Mister, the monster.
Go outside the gate. Where do I go? This way? Okay. Like I kind of hate it. We have to wait for TGAs, and if they don't announce anything, we gotta wait for next year. Yeah.
This way.
Hey, you! Get back inside
If
the
they
gate
don't
now!
announce it at
Monsters!
the Game
Coming out of
Awards,
the
it'll
road
be
in droves!
a long wait because it'll probably be summer at that point that we'll hear something of like Summer Games Fest, most likely.
Everyone's fled! It's dangerous. You have to turn back now.
Sorry, but they owe me some money, so I have to go over and collect.
What the hell are you talking about, guy?
Relax, relax. Don't worry about me. You know, you should get behind
But they
that
need to
gate
drop
yourself.
part 3 PS5, but then do the supercut of all 3 games smashed together. Yeah, they'll do that. I mean, they'll do it either way. I think they'll definitely have a triple pack. I don't know if they're going to do one game that has like all 3 games smashed together, especially because it'd be huge. Like remakes, how big is Remake? Remake alone, right? Let me open Steam. Or just double check Steam. Like Remake alone on PC is what's the file size here? What's that saying it? I thought it said the size of the file on the page here. I got a store page, I guess. Uh, 100 gigs for a remake. And then Rebirth is like 150 probably. Store page. Why do I gotta answer my age for Rebirth? It's a teen-rated game. Rebirth is 155 gigs. So 255 gigs for those two games alone. So you add part 3, it'd probably be around 400 gigs. Like, if they were to create a triple, you know, like a 3-in-1 game, it would be like 400 gigs. I don't think they would do that, but there will be like a triple pack, I assume, where you can like at least buy all 3 games as like one. They did that with Rebirth, where you could buy Remake and Rebirth together. The double pack, yeah.
Here we go. This is them. Bruno's wallet, here I come.
Activating combat mode.
Damn that Hollander. Where'd he go?
You lost him, huh?
I didn't realize he'd get a memory here.
Yeah, I'm having problems. If only the Turks were helping me look.
Not together. We should look separately.
It's so weird that there are all these scenes in Crisis Core that are like, they just fill in as like DMW memories
Here we are.
that you don't actually experience yourself.
Is the money still?
I wonder if part of that is like part of the
Whoa!
how when they had to like
That's way more than I
trim it
have.
down from 2 UMDs to 1 UMD. It's like rather than have all these moments that you play through, let's just
really
give
got
you
it back.
cutscenes of them.
Amazing! Ugh, it's so sticky.
Stop complaining. At least you got it back.
Yeah, J or YT, I mean, they might do that.
No
Like,
problem
I could
at
see them
all.
doing that. It's just like, in terms of like porting Rebirth combat mechanics into Remake, like there are legitimate like level design things and whatnot that I don't know if they would do, you know? I mean, it would be cool, but I don't know. I'm not 100% sure if they would do that.
Thanks a lot, mister.
Call me Zack. If you need more help, just ask. You don't need to steal anymore.
Thanks, but you've got bigger money problems than me.
Well, maybe so. But hey,
I mean, the games are just as big on PlayStation.
Aerith and
Stuff.
we're gonna make a fortune.
Huh?
We're launching Operation Midgar Full of Flowers.
Oh, you mean versus
Wallet
Switch?
full of money.
Yeah. I don't think I'd ever play these games on Switch.
Midgar full of flowers and wallet full of money.
Aerith, for real?
Yeah, for real. That's why, if you're in trouble, we can help you.
It's so weird that she's
I'll come
glowing.
talk to you.
It's probably because of this mod. I do need to like deactivate this mod. See if it fixes that.
Hey, Zack.
Because I don't think it's really worth, even if it slightly improves the graphics and the cutscenes or whatever.
There's no turning back.
I don't
after
like the
this.
glowing bodies
I know. Let's make a wagon.
in these conversations.
Yes, a flower wagon. With
Here
a
comes the
wagon
flower
to carry
wagon
lots
part.
of flowers, you could sell them all over Midgar. Oh, not feeling it?
No, it's great. Let's do it. You know, I love this place. Everyone lives freely and
You said she has lights in her armpits, yeah. I just got mail, didn't I? That was another tutorial email. Where are we going now?
Oh.
No, I haven't seen the new Wicket. I haven't seen the first Wicket even.
Mm-mm. I just met him.
Hey, weren't you chasing a kid around here earlier? I heard about you from the local town.
It's really rough to
I
get
thought
through
you were
that
some
Bruno
shady outsider,
quest just
but
to
it
finally
looks
get to
like you're a
this.
decent guy. Sorry I misjudged you. Here, take this olive branch. I have to say though, Aerith, you won't find a decent, kind-hearted guy like this very often. This one has my stamp of approval. I wish you
Stamp?
both well.
No, not a boyfriend. I just met him today. Oh, wait.
Why not?
Could we take a look?
Huh? You came out to go shopping?
Okay, forget it.
No, I'm joking. Go
Take her
a look.
shopping, Zach.
Thank you. Just a look. I'll be quick.
Where she buys the bow, right?
Do you like this store?
Yeah, it's fun just looking.
Hey, Aerith.
Uh-huh.
Where does she keep her white materia?
Hello.
Right now.
I'll buy you something.
Your offer was one date, no?
But then you said, don't be silly, remember?
Well,
Okay, a memento. For today.
You mean it?
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, she must keep it at home, I guess.
Okay. I want this.
Alright, it's yours. Hold on. How's that?
Does it look right?
I think so. Yeah, it looks great.
Boy, I just hope nothing
Thank
bad
you,
happens to
Zach.
Aerith.
I'll treasure this.
Yeah.
That was the video, so it was
Hey,
great.
Do you still have time?
It was really
I
great.
guess so. Why?
Wanna
You
go
can
to
check
the park?
Hey, that sounds like
the
a
react
date.
and the
Yeah.
VOD later. Let's go right now. Let's look around here. I think I'm ready to go to the park.
So, ever meet any soldier members?
Maybe.
Do you think that they're happy?
What do you mean?
Heroes to children, protectors of the peace. But they're not normal. They get some kind of special surgery. Don't they?
Yeah, an alien gets injected into us.
So they say.
Normal is best. I think so, at least. Those soldier people are kind of weird.
They're weird, huh?
And they're scary. They fight. And they love it.
Yeah, we are weird.
Actually, I'm with Soldier.
Oops.
I'm sorry.
Note the setting of the playground. Or park, yeah. Oh no, what gave it away?
So pretty.
The face?
The eyes.
You like them? Then take a closer look. Eyes infused with Mako energy. A soldier trademark.
He's like a walking billboard for Shinra
Oh, you.
and Mako.
Color of the sky, right?
Uh-huh.
I hate this guy.
But
You know, her
not
eyes are
scary
pretty
at
similar,
all.
to be honest.
I'll admit, things haven't been normal at all lately. What about you, Aerith? How's your life going?
I was thinking it would be a normal day.
She's a
But
soldier.
then suddenly, some guy fell out of the sky.
That's not all that bad.
See, this guy's not bad.
Oh.
Honestly, I can't tell what the Mako's makes Mako Eye special. It's
On my way.
they don't make it
I'm
as
sorry,
clear as they
but
could,
TV calls.
especially in this game.
Well, I guess I should get going then.
Yeah, they're supposed to look more Mako-y, but even Aeriths look a bit
Will I
Mako-y, you know?
See you again?
Of course.
I hope that your friend's okay, Zack.
Huh?
You talk in your sleep.
Yeah. It'll be fine. I know that now. To get to the Shinra building, I have to go through the market, they said.
Oh, got mail. Just the damn tutorials.
Huh. Looks like we've got more monsters.
Activating combat mode.
Out of the way!
Conflict resolved.
I wonder if I missed the opportunity to
Combat mode.
bring that kid his uncle. Ay, ay, ay.
Got him! Take that!
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Thank you, EL, for subscribing. Is it this way? I know it's not the main ways. I know the main way is not that way. I'm just seeing if the kid now. I think I may have missed the opportunity to bring that side quest back completed to that kid, but maybe I could do it later. Unlock Chocobo mode. After acquiring certain special items, DMW may enter Chocobo mode. When all three rules match, you can call forth Chocobo and other creatures to register for missions where you can acquire these special items. If you acquire the items below, you can increase the number of accessories you can equip. Keychain, backpack, increase the number of equipable accessories. Got it. Do a separate save in case I want to go back and like get that side quest.
Welcome.
Think I want to buy from you? No, can't even buy anything. Buy.
Maybe I should.
All right, not quite yet. Is there anything I can buy from anybody? I can't even buy this guy's accessories. This guy has something.
Stupid delivery service.
I think this is a side quest unlock.
There's materia missing again. They must have dropped them. Oh, say, friend.
Of course I am. Oh yeah, this is the thing we gotta run around.
About you just need to collect materia you find on the street. It's real. All right. To make things easier for you, I asked everyone in the neighborhood to stay indoors. So use those fast legs and go get some materia.
Yeah, this minigame. See how quickly you can collect the 20 materia that are scattered throughout town. Your finish time will affect how much gil you receive, and it gives you X to pick up the materia. You gotta like learn the route.
I see you found all 20 materia for me. And wow, You were quick. I knew I saw something in you. So anyway, here's what you earned. All right, come by again.
Is that the top? Is that the best one you could do?
Damn it. There's oh. You so. All right, to make so you.
What's like top speed you got to do? Did I already nail it? Ah, come on.
I see you found and what? So it. All right.
Yeah, 80. I think it's the top. Okay.
I am a.
What's it? Okay.
Maybe I
Oh,
should...
actually. Is this little girl the one that has the uncle?
Oh, good. You got your wallet back. I'll tell you, these days, there's a lot. A guy who came from Calm told me. He said he travels
he?
all over the world, but he says he's never seen as many monsters as he has around Midgard.
Oh. That's why I get the other mission. Let's do this real quick. Two chests. Okay. Which way are the chests?
Activating combat mode.
Take that!
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
No damage. Perfect. Yeah. This way.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Oh
Okay.
yeah!
Casually visiting deep grounds to grind some materia. Yeah.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
The end!
No damage run.
Combat mode.
Bring it on! Got him!
Conflict
Oh, level up.
resolved.
Hell yeah. That's the main. Wait, where the hell is the
Activating
other?
combat mode.
Ow.
Better run for it!
Concentrate.
The end!
Conflict
Where's the other chest? It seems like the main enemy, dude. Where's the other chest at? Up here? Oh yeah. Does it run along the side? Not that way. This way? Oh my god. Oh my god, what the hell? This way? Yeah. No? Yeah. Yeah, here we go.
Activating combat mode.
Out of the way!
Conflict resolved.
That should be it, right? Yeah.
I guess that's how this friend of mine was able to get out of Midgard, safe and sound. My friend is amazing. He travels around the world. He keeps a record of his travels, which he calls his struggle log. It's the funniest thing I've ever read.
Is it? I think that's it. Continue without unlocking chocobo mode? God!
Maybe I should...
841. Okay. See if you won? I think it's see if you won.
Activating combat mode.
Oops.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Is that it? Oh. Okay. There's 4 chests. Oh, there's one over here.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
Okay. So a chest over here. I think there's one over here somewhere. Oh, one back there. Oh, no, right here.
Activating combat mode.
Bring it on!
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah!
Okay. Back here.
Activating combat mode. Conflict resolved.
All right. Looks like that's the last of the monsters. Now, where's that treasure? Ah, found it.
You think?
One, for wanted treasures kept secret.
Ugh.
2, to deliver dreams to her homeland.
Dreams.
3, make way, cause here she comes. I'm the treasure princess. Hear me roar.
Hey, you're that weird kid I met in Wutai.
And this kid gets around.
Sucker.
Traveling around.
Expecting.
What? I'm no sucker, and I'm certainly no perv. My name is Zack. So, what are you, lost or something? You want me to take you home?
I'm not lost. I'm here to take your treasure. All of it.
Very interesting mid-2000s.
Get ready.
You're not taking anything from me, kid.
Hey, why don't you just admit that you're lost? Be honest.
Treasure quest.
Oh, little baby Yuffie.
Failed.
Wait, I made her
We were
cry?
doing Wednesday stream, still with the holiday coming this week. I think so.
Did I do
I should
something
still be able to do
wrong?
Wednesday, yeah.
Should I have humored her little game a bit more? Also, who the heck is she?
That's Yuffie Kisaragi. And a new love was born. Yeah, the Yuffie's crush. Childhood crush. After acquiring the Chocobo, Feather, or other special items, the DMW may enter Chocobo mode. All real images will change into Chocobo mode images, and if they match a corresponding limit break move will be added to your stock. However, there may sometimes be duds. You see the crying scene a lot if you do all the missions. Yeah, I did all the missions the first time I played this game. I got an email from Yuffie. You passed the test, so you're now my ally, and as my ally, you better start working. Somewhere in the ravine, there's supposed to be a treasure hidden by Shinra's accounting department. Go dig that sucker up. The boss's orders always stand, and I'm the boss, naturally. You have no right to refuse. Got it? Good luck. They play into his, like, they play into her boss thing.
All right.
Even in the DLC, right, with Sunan, where he's like, you know, you got it, boss.
Oh, hey, Bruno.
Mister, you leaving? It's a good thing I caught you.
You better have something good for me,
Here.
Bruno.
I wanted to
You
give
wasted my
this
time
material.
earlier.
I promise I'll never
Right,
steal
thank
again.
you.
That's why
Alright.
I want you to keep this for me.
Good job, kid.
Hey, good for you, kid. I'm glad I was a good role model.
Zach changing lives.
Don't use that materia to do bad things.
Of course not.
Well, never mind that.
I'm gonna use to steal
There's
so
one more
much
thing I
shit,
wanted
kid.
to say. Mister, you need to work a lot harder to be worthy of Aerith.
Where is this coming from?
Between you and me, I'm pretty sure Aerith is really sweet on you, mister.
You think?
Well, I'm rooting for you. If you need help, come talk to me, okay?
All right.
Looks like I gained a lot of trust. Well, I'll hold on to this materia then.
All right, let's see what happens on the next thing.
building.
Oh, wow.
Genesis, you traitor!
It's this already?
Why do this?
Okay, good to know. So that is where I think we will call it. It's been about 6 hours, and I am getting a bit tired. But we will raid on the, how do I close this? Oh. We will raid on, and Twitch. If anybody's on Twitch, we will be raiding. So stick around for that. How do I exit? There we go, exit. Thank you so much for hanging out. It's a lot of you still here. Just go to the ending screen so we are ready. So the next stream will be actually Wednesday. I gotta update this. Next stream time will be Wednesday. The 26th. Things might change with the holiday. I'll let you all know. We're going to be, of course, doing OG FF7. We are in part 3 territory. So I'm excited for that. So I'll definitely try to do Wednesday if we can. Let me see who to raid into. No, we'll raid into Mickey.
I found her a while back, her YouTube channel, and she's been streaming again lately. Does a lot of FF7 stuff. She's doing Resident Evil 2 right now. But her content's pretty cool. She has a lot of like FF7 stuff. You would dig that. She commented on one of my videos on the big like video too, which was cool. So I remember her from that. So on Twitch, we'll start the raid there. Let me see if anybody, let me just check on chat before I do that. Wick, thank you for hanging out. Jesse, thank you so much. Grim Twin, Kyle Coakley. Anybody here, just anybody on the YouTube, remember to hit the like if you haven't. And yeah, thank you all for hanging out. It was a great stream, really fun stream. Great video by Wick. Thank you again, Wick, for that awesome video. And I'm glad some people got to check that video out with me. So yes, I will see you all Wednesday for OG. Aside from that, have a good evening. Let's go move stuff over. See you guys later.